yesterday we had some technical issues, so I just played. I got my World Breaker pickaxe, but not very much actually happened. Uh, so it wasn't as exciting as the other stream that I missed. So let me make sure that I've got. There we go. Okay. Good. We are sharing the audio, and yeah, let's listen to Last Treasure of the Israelites and the Copper Scroll, which my opinion is basically an ancient forgery, but whatever.
The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls beginning in 1946 has transformed our understanding of the world that produced both rabbinical Judaism and Christianity. From some of our most ancient manuscripts of what became biblical texts, sectarian documents of an apocalyptic faction adjacent to those very populations that gave rise to the Jesus movement, cryptid and encoded texts hiding esoteric calendrical secrets, textual commentaries, otherwise lost sagas, legal documents, and apocalyptic documents describing the final cataclysmic battle between good and evil. The Dead Sea Scrolls are a fascinating collection of ancient texts. But perhaps among all of those texts, none is more mysterious and inspiring than 3Q15, a Hebrew document punched, chiseled into copper detailing the location of more than 60 hidden treasures, seemingly connected in some way to the Israelite priesthood. Since its discovery on March 20th, 1952, and subsequent publications beginning at the end of the 1950s, the Copper Scroll has fired the imagination of both scholars and treasure seekers alike. Does it detail the lost treasures of the Jerusalem temple, the collective wealth of the mysterious Essenes, the sacred equipment of a briefly existing third temple under the leadership of the messianic claimant Shimon Bar Kokhba, or is it just an ancient hoax? A prank, bro, meant to send the Romans on a wild goose chase, or is it something else entirely? The Copper Scroll thus remains one of the great mysteries to emerge from the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's explore it. Make sure to subscribe for weekly explorations of topics here in esoteric history, and if you'd like to support this work of providing evidence-backed, free, and accessible content like this, I hope you consider checking out my Patreon or some of the cool merch that we have over on the channel. But if you're new to the study of esotericism and you want to get the lay of the land, I'd make sure you check out my study guide, which will introduce you to reliable texts in this field. Also, if you're interested in actual historical books on topics in the occult and the mystical, check out Esoterica Rare Books, my esotericism antiquarian bookstore. You can find all those links in the description and in the pinned comment. But now let's turn to 3Q15, the great treasure map of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Copper Scroll. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. In what could have been a fantastic April Fool's joke, the New York Times broke the news of the discovery of the Copper Scroll in 1952. At the back of Cave 3, seemingly distinct from the other scrolls deposited in the cave, two highly oxidized copper scrolls were found in situ by archaeologists. That's important, in situ by archaeologists, the 15th and final documents to be discovered in that cave. The scrolls were found to be incredibly brittle, and unrolling them could have potentially destroyed them. Thus, scholars at first probed the scrolls using mirrors in the inverse of the letters produced by stamping the letters into the copper. And with those non-intrusive methods, they were able to detect lines of text, over 200 letters comprising 50 words, and 5 sets of numerals, even complete phrases. And in those early forms of exploration of the scroll, they found something alluring. Phrases like dig or hidden at this distance, the Hebrew word zahav, gold. It wouldn't be until 1955 that scholars would secure permission from the Jordanian government to bring the scrolls all the way over to Manchester to unroll them in the only fashion feasible, by cutting them into sections. And as those painstaking 21 cuts were made, the scrolls, now in 23 distinct sections, were extensively photographed and documented. But sadly, that also started the clock of their rapid deterioration, especially along the edges of those cuts, which sadly bisected letters, words, and even whole columns of text, rendering simply reading the scrolls all the more difficult for a generation to come. Following years of politics and scholar drama and significant varying publications of the texts, the Copper Scroll was subjected to contemporary analysis in France in 1993, with the most recent scholarly edition appearing only in 2015. The study of the Copper Scroll is still in its infancy. The scroll is unique among the Dead Sea Scrolls in virtually every respect. The material of its composition, how it was inscribed, the contents of the text, and the language of the text is composed in. The text itself is composed of nearly 99% copper and 1% tin, thus making it kind of bronze, but mostly copper. It's hammered into 3 sheets about 80 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, of about 1 millimeter in thickness. It was originally housed in a clay vessel at the back of Cave 3, but a ceiling collapse at some point shattered their housing, damaging the scrolls in which they were buried. Originally riveted together with a kind of blank protective area as a cover, like a trapper keeper, the text was found in 2 rolls, one larger and one smaller. It's divided into 12 columns of text of about 181 lines, composed of about 3,000 Hebrew letters and 713 words or so, along with 33 sets of numerals, along with 7 sets of 2 to 3 letters of Greek for some reason. It seems that the copper was inscribed by chisel blows onto the copper, thus producing extrusions on the other side of the letters, on the other side of the copper text. Depending on the tools that would have been employed, some letters would have required up to 10 blows, thus revealing a laborious production process for the scroll, probably performed by several scribes, editors, and correctors, though it's most important to point out here that the most recent edition thinks it was just one scribe. Yeah, I'll come back in a minute to the question of how many scribes may have been involved in the production of the scroll. But the script that the text is written in is known as Herodian semi-formal, and it's actually known from other inscriptions around that time, and thus on paleographical lines, that is to say, based on the oldness of the handwriting, we can date the scroll to sometime between 25 and 75 of the Common Era, thus the time of the Great Revolt, and thus the destruction of the Jerusalem Temple. And that's why this text becomes all the more mysterious. What connection might it have, if any, to the Jerusalem Temple and its treasures? The language of the Copper Scroll is a bit unlike most of the other Dead Sea Scrolls, which employ either Aramaic or a more biblical-style Hebrew. The Hebrew of the scroll, the Copper Scroll, is much more akin to later rabbinical Mishnaic literature, though pretty distinct all of its own, and further it employs a wide range of words which are otherwise poorly attested in the literature of that time, and when they are found, they're actually found, again, later in rabbinical literature, although it does contain words in Aramaic, seemingly from Greek, and perhaps even a couple of words from Persian. The actual text of the scroll is pretty difficult to parse because the words mostly run together, with the exception of the last section, and there's no much separation, and similar Hebrew letters are actually easily confused. Is it a resh or a dalet? Is it a bet or a kav? A vav, a zayin, a yod, or a nun sofit. Further, the orthography, the spelling of the language, is pretty inconsistent, employing basically the full range of Hebrew spelling conventions, and some consonants are even interchanged with each other. Resh for nun, shin for samech, mem for nin sofit, and a couple of others. Numbers are also written out in a variety of forms, including a form that's actually rarely attested in Hebrew, but does occur in Aramaic and Akkadian, I think, which are called contracted teens. In addition, there are gaps in the text, there are corrections, there are abbreviations, and as I mentioned earlier, there are clusters of Greek letters that I'll discuss in a moment. But given that textual situation alone, any would-be treasure hunter is faced with a profoundly difficult problem. There are just numerous legitimate but widely varying ways to read many of the sentences describing the location of these treasures. Which letters form which words? How are those words meant to be vocalized? Think about English. Bat, bet, bit, bot, and but are all radically different words giving their vocalization. And Hebrew, of course, only supplies the consonants in most cases. Although, again, sometimes you have full spellings and defective spellings in this text. And the textual mess produces one of the myriad questions raised by the scroll. Given that the scroll is written on copper describing the locations of a vast wealth of treasuries, why is it written in such an inconsistent, non-literary Hebrew? Not illiterate by any means, but this is not like Pulitzer-winning Hebrew. One answer may be that the several scribes were actually selected precisely because of their lack of literacy in order to keep the content secret. In fact, it seems that specific sections were left blank only to be filled in perhaps by another scribe, perhaps to add additional layers of security. One scribe only knew so much about any given location or how much was there. Now, it's difficult, if not impossible, to say this at this point, and yet arguments can be made for a single scribe, one apparently growing weary through the laborious creation of the scroll, with the quality of the inscriptions waning and mistakes actually increasing as the laborious chiseling process of this text proceeded. And perhaps they were also rushed toward the end of the scroll's production. Maybe time was running out to secure its secrets. Maybe the Romans were making it a little bit more challenging to get this thing done. So, one scribe, several scribes. Again, the text is not giving up its secrets anytime soon. But given these concerns over language, the text can be generally parsed into a pretty regular pattern of expression. There's a geographical location where a treasure is hidden, a specific direction on the site, the type, weight, and nature of the treasure, and sometimes some additional information. For instance, column 2 of the scroll can be read as follows. In the salt pit, which is under the steps, 42 talents. Ada Nu. In the cave of the old house of tribute, in the third platform, 65 gold ingots. Theta Epsilon. In the underground chamber, which is in the court of the wood chambers, and in its middle, a cistern. In it, vessels and silver. 70 talents. In the cistern, which is opposite the eastern gate at a distance of 15 cubits, there are vessels in the channel which is in it, 10 talents, delta iota. In the cistern, which is below the rampart from the east side, in the spur of the rock, 6 bars of silver, its entrance underneath the large threshold. It goes on and on like that. One of the specific treasures mentioned in the text is also perhaps one of the most mysterious. Occurring in 14 places we find in various grammatical constructions, something like kli tema, betochen or katochen or katavan, etzlan or etzlan. Again, depending on how you vocalize it. Now, the reading here is contested, but there is a pretty solid example of this treasure in translation in Treasure 22. In the fissure which is in Sokoka, which seems to be somewhere in the neighborhood of Jericho, to the east of Solomon's reservoir, tithe vessels, and with them, the tally beside them. Later in the documents, these seem to be holding vessels that contained either aromatic resins, like pine resin, or were used in a very specific cultic function. Thus, these vessels are less valuable from their composition. They're never mentioned being made of silver or gold, but they were apparently treasured precisely because of their religious or sacerdotal use. Though, again, the exact Hebrew reading, much less a definite understanding of the nature of these vessels, is pretty unclear, and their exact account remains mysterious. But apparently they were important enough to be retained right alongside gold and silver, and they were obviously important for perhaps religious reasons. The geographic distribution of the treasures seems vaguely bimodal, clustered around Jerusalem and Jericho, though Jerusalem itself as a city is never mentioned by name. A few treasures hidden in the Kidron Valley seem to link these two central clusters. The contents of the treasure seem to be gold, silver, and other metals in varying qualities, varying vessels, especially tithe vessels, as I mentioned, and vestments which seem to be associated with the priesthood, and even other scrolls, including apparently the last deposit, which is seemingly an exact copy, or perhaps an even more detailed copy, of the contents of the copper scroll, perhaps used to locate the treasures more specifically. Calculating the exact scale of the total treasure is profoundly difficult, but given a value of about 20 kilograms per talent, we have at least 1,672 talents of silver and 362 talents of gold. There's around 5 karshes of gold, 507 karshes of silver, 165 gold ingots, 19 gold bars, 4 silver staters, and 20 minas, along with the various pots said to be full of gold and silver of some kind. Even on very conservative measurements, the treasures described are massive in character, about 60 tons of treasure in total. Now, I know that some of you guys out there are real copper scroll aficionados, and they're going to object. Didn't earlier estimates for the amount of treasure come out to be somewhere around 200 tons total? Well, yes, and here's where the scholarship has actually made recent gains in the past couple of years. The largest weight used in the scroll is the kikar, or kikarin, or kikarim, the talent, and it's about 20 kilograms or so. But the scroll also features several abbreviations, including one marked simply kaf kaf in Hebrew, which the first generation of scholars translated as an abbreviation for kikarin, or talents. But this is unusual. Why would this scribe only sometimes abbreviate the text, and in some cases even seems to have gone back over the text to expand that kaf kaf to the full spelling of kikarin, or kikarim? The answer seems to be that the kaf kaf abbreviation doesn't stand for kikarin, talents, but for another measurement known in similar texts, the Persian unit of the karsh, which was worth about 10 shekel with about 300 karsh to a talent. Thus, the kaf kaf abbreviation is probably kesef karsh, a cash value actually rather than a weight in this case. Thus, texts like those found at the Jewish colony of the Elephantine Island, among others that we know of, can actually help us decode some of the more apparently mysterious elements of the text. And this also explains why we drop from 200 tons of treasures in the days of Milik and Allegro down to 60 or so now. I mean, not to say 60 tons of treasure is nothing, but we're now reading the kaf kaf abbreviation for the silver karsh and not talents. It just drives down the treasure tonnage. Sad, goony face. But still, 60 tons of treasure. You got 60 tons of treasure? But did any of this really exist at all? I mean, that's a fair question, so much so that the first editor of the text thought it to be a hoax or a fairy tale, if I remember his exact language. To get at that question, we need to start with where the scroll was found. Cave 3 is located about 2 kilometers north of Chebet Qumran, a site often associated with the Essenes, an apocalyptic ascetic Jewish sect known from the literature of that time, especially the texts of the Jewish historian Josephus, Philo of Alexandria, and Pliny the Elder, who give surprisingly accurate information, it seems, about them. Within the caves in the vicinity of Qumran, nearly 1,000 texts and fragments have been recovered, including substantial sectarian literature. These sectarian texts seem to indicate their authors were a community, or yachad, of an apocalyptic dualist group living an ascetic lifestyle of ritual purity and originating in what seems to have been a protest of what they took to be the corruption of the Jerusalem temple. Further, this group seems to have enjoyed communal living, holding their property in common. That's going to matter a lot in just a minute. And they seem to have vanished following the suppression of the Jewish revolts of 66 to 73 of the Common Era, which also, of course, resulted in the destruction of the Jerusalem temple. This is perhaps why all those scrolls remained in those caves in the area around Qumran. Thinking that the end of the world was near, they set to war against the Kittim. This is their theological apocalyptic name for the Romans, and they were annihilated, probably because they brought a bunch of horns and stuff instead of actually planning for a real battle because they thought God would save them. Again, one of the lessons here at Esoterica is if your battle plans that God will save you, stay home. This is actually all hinted at by Josephus. So, along with depositing their vast literature, and given that banking didn't exist at the time, did this sect hide its wealth in various locations and create basically a treasure map in the form of the Copper Scroll to one day recover it? But this Essene temple priesthood connection seems oddly contradicted by a very salient notion of the hiding places for much of the treasure. It seems to have been generally hidden in ritually unclean places, especially underground crypts, tombs, and waterways, places inaccessible to anyone wishing to maintain ritual purity. So, what explains this? Well, it seems that it was to safeguard the treasure precisely away from other Judeans or other people for whom ritual purity was a concern. Such conditions certainly wouldn't have bothered the Romans, to be sure. They would have looted this treasure no matter where it was. Perhaps such unclean venues would have been the last place Judeans or Roman treasure hunters that knew of Jewish customs would have looked. Maybe they thought the Romans would have thought the Jews would have never hidden it there. Who knows? Whatever the meaning, the juxtaposition of treasures associated with priesthood, deeply concerned with avoiding especially death-related impurity, with storing that treasure precisely in graves and tombs, it's conspicuous to say the very least. Though the persons going in there to get it would have become unclean, but they could have restated their cleanliness using purification, and at least most of the treasure wouldn't have become unclean. This is very strange. On the other hand, even for a sect in its thousands, as reported by Josephus, this is a truly vast sum of treasure. Maybe too vast for a community of even that size, but probably not too vast for the Jerusalem temple. Perhaps it was stored there along with other texts given the breakdown of the social order, or by maybe even a renegade priest or Levite going over to the Qumran sect. It may just be part of the ledger of the temple bank, collections perhaps to build a third temple after the destruction of the second, or even the holdings of a third temple that briefly functioned during the reign of the messianic claimant Bar Kokhba. And as you can see, theories here can just spiral in so many directions. But what seems unlikely to me, and I think most scholars at this point, is that the text is a hoax or a fraud. Exaggerated, maybe, perhaps, but the emerging consensus of scholars is the Copper Scroll does probably, or at least did, point to the locations of authentic hidden treasures. Why? Well, to quote Lefkowitz, it's a dry, cryptic text with virtually no literary value. It's written with laborious care on expensive medium. Copper was not cheap. It was meant to survive indefinitely, and then it was apparently stored in an extremely remote area, hidden so well, frankly, that it wasn't found for 2,000 years. If this scrolling be for trolling, well, it was a long-form bit. Further, the geographic grouping of the deposit sites, including the most mysterious Hochlit, the El Dorado of all Copper Scroll lore, the contents being mostly precious metals and some vessels and vestments and of ritual importance, but nothing truly grand in terms of those ritual elements. There's none of the major or even minor elements of the temple avodah, the temple worship. And also noting Josephus's remark that the temple's treasures were actually not hidden away somewhere. I mean, the Arch of Titus makes it clear that at least the really big stuff the Romans were able to walk out of there with. The ceramic style of the jar in which the Copper Scroll was buried, and the sites of Roman occupation, and even the movement of troops by the Romans in the war, all seem to make it more likely that the treasure was the dispersed holdings of the Essene community rather than the treasure associated with the Jerusalem temple. Now, this also might help unravel the riddle of those mysterious 7 sets of 2 to 3 Greek letters, which appear in the first sheet of the text, and always at the end of a line. Of course, Greek letters and entire scrolls written in Greek were present in the Dead Sea Scrolls, so that isn't so strange on its own. I mean, Greek was the international language of that time. And for a while it was thought that those Greek letters were numerical abbreviations, though they represent no known system of numerals or Greek numerals and abbreviation, and they don't seem to indicate any such numerical pattern. Other theories that they were transliterated Hebrew words. One of them, for instance, is Chi Alpha Gamma, which sounds a bit like the Hebrew word Chag, or holiday, though this doesn't really make any sense in this context, and it doesn't really work with any of the other ones. Others suggest that these are various schemes of abbreviations, including perhaps additions or removals of deposits, so a kind of accounting banking scheme, but why would these be written on a copper document, or some other cryptic code or abbreviation? Of course, we know of other cryptic codes in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I've done a whole episode just on those, but those seem to be largely astrological and calendrical in nature. The emerging consensus these days is the Greek letters are abbreviations for the names of either those responsible for making the treasure deposits or for those whom the deposits originally belonged. Thus, Chi Alpha Gamma may have been Kagiras, or Tau Rho could have been Tryphon, or Sigma Kappa could have been Skopos, or Skaios, respectively. These are all Greek names of Jews that we know from this time period. Of course, this answer is by no means conclusive, but at least strikes me as a reasonable and simple solution, and typically mysteries, after all, are pretty reasonable and simple when they do get solved. As you can imagine, once the treasure map nature of the Copper Scroll was announced, the rush to recover the treasures was game on. In fact, the slow admission that the scrolls may really detail the locations of real treasures in the region may have been to slow the roll of any basic gold rush in the area. I mean, they were still trying to recover all the Dead Sea Scrolls at the time. So what treasures have been recovered using the Copper Scroll as a guide since it was discovered? Well, none. I mean, who knows what's on the black market these days, frankly, but nothing publicly. Richard Freund has suggested that the Cave of Letters in Nachal Hever may be the location of the treasure noted. In the Cave of the Pillar with the two openings facing east, at the northern opening, buried 3 cubits, there is an urn containing a book, and under that there's 642 silver karsh. And while some truly incredible elements, some items have been found in that cave, including incense pans and letters to and from Bar Kokhba himself, and the archive of a local wealthy woman were found, the cave doesn't seem to be correctly oriented, nor have the specific treasures mentioned in the Copper Scroll ever been found there. But if the treasure were real, what happened to it? I'd imagine that some of it was probably recovered by those who survived the war with the Romans. I imagine some more of it was probably taken by the Romans themselves once they captured anyone with information about such hidden deposits. I mean, this was part and parcel of post-bellum Roman interrogations of prisoners, so I imagine the Romans just beat the locations out of some people. Some of it was probably found by accident in the past couple thousand years. We know that scrolls and other objects were found in the region of Jericho. Origen seems to have used one of those scrolls, perhaps, in the construction of his version of the Bible, known as a hexapla. Still later, Timotheus, the patriarch of Seleucia, also reports that scrolls being found in similar caves in and around Jericho in the 9th century. About a century later, Acharai presented another scroll in Jerusalem. So I imagine many of them were just dug up on accident. Treasure hunting, also known as looting, have been going on in that region as long as there has been treasure in that region. But I'd be very surprised if it's all been found. I can easily imagine a heap of gold and silver, linen and vessels, maybe even another scroll, have been long sitting in the dark of some long forgotten cistern, tunnel, or tomb. Or perhaps that's just the Dungeons and Dragons talking. My only hope is that these treasures hold out for scientific archaeological excavation so that we can all cherish their discovery. The standard text of 3Q15, the Copper Scroll, is now Emile Puch's edition. It contains a very helpful introduction, a diplomatic edition of the Hebrew text, extensive commentary, and a state-of-the-art facsimile drawing of the text based on the most modern scientific analysis done so far. At this point, it's the definitive edition. However, if you want to really experience just how difficult it is to produce such a diplomatic edition, I would really encourage you to take a look at the Lefkowitz edition, which probes each and every single word down to the letter, just to see how challenging it is to produce a reliable reading of the scroll. He looks at every single possible vocalization at some point. It's just... Of course, both of these are... they're published by our good friends at Brill, whose corporate treasure makes the Copper Scroll look like a child's piggy bank. Thanks, Brill, for hoarding all the money. Of course, ever the Goonie, more on the intersection of esotericism and treasure to come. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, religion, and treasure.
What would be really crazy, okay, is if what happens is that somebody finds one of these things. It's this great archaeological thing, and then they realize, oh, that was in the Copper Scroll. That would be insane. So, anyway.
Nothing says Christmas like yet another peace proposal. But here we are. This time, it is a long negotiated plan from the United States and Ukraine. On full display, the continued rift inside of the White House about how to handle the whole situation. But there is a lot of good news for the West here. The turmoil where Russia seemingly leaked a document that Russia claimed reflected a joint US-Russia position has disappeared. In fact, if you told me that this proposal had come from the Biden administration, I would have no reason to doubt you. In terms of one's ability to implement the provisions, though, the document has significant shortcomings, related to both the Trump administration, but also Europe overall. You can read the full 20 points in the link that I will leave in this video's description. For today, I'm going to keep things short, because most of the West has other things to do over the next 48 hours, and the key provisions that will drive everything from here can be summarized in just 2 key sections of the document. So let me read to you those key sections and explain how they interact. And I will begin with the one that reflects territorial control, as that has been the main sticking point and will remain the main sticking point of these proposals. Point 14. In Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson Oblasts, the line of military positions on the date of signing will be recognized as the de facto front line. Subpoint A. To determine troop movements needed to end the war and set up potential free economic zones, with Russia withdrawing its troops from these areas. That's where this subpoint stops. If it sounds like a sentence fragment, it is, and I do not know what it is trying to say here. Fortunately, the rest of it is more coherent. Subpoint B. Russia must withdraw its troops from occupied parts of Dnipropetrovsk, Mykolaiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv Oblasts for the agreement to take effect. Subpoint C. International forces will be placed along the front line to monitor the agreement's implementation. Subpoint D. The parties agree to follow the rules and obligations imposed by the 1949 Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols, including universal human rights. The main provision of Point 14 and Subsection B basically tell you what the line on the map is going to look like. The front line along the 4 eastern oblasts gets frozen wherever it may be following the parties' signatures. That becomes the, quote, recognized de facto division, which is still an utterly bizarre and self-contradictory phrase, but no one asked for my opinion here. Russia then withdraws from everywhere else in Ukraine, as there are some small fronts elsewhere in the country. The main takeaway here, as compared to the Russian proposal, is that Ukraine has successfully pushed the United States to accepting a division that does not have the domino problems discussed at length before, where Ukraine ceding territory in the Donbass gives up its fortification lines, which then allows Russia to restart the war under a better military position than was the case at the time of a ceasefire. In terms of the practicality of these territorial divisions, there is a major problem with what I just read. It is not something that Russia is willing to accept given the status quo of the war. We know that the Kremlin prefers to grind away at its slow but steady territorial gains, because that is exactly what we have seen for more than 2 years now. For all of the talk of the massive costs that Russia is paying for these gains, the mindset in the Kremlin is that they are worth it. Now, over time, that may change. At some point, Ukraine may start inflicting so much damage on Russia's energy industry that the Kremlin may conclude that the territory gained is good enough, and that pressing further is not worth those additional costs. But we are not there yet. To be clear, Putin is facing a ton of internal pressure right now. It is just that the Putin is done narrative is actively misleading, and neither Ukrainian nor European policymakers take it seriously. But back to the document. The proposal actually puts Russia in a worse position than what we discussed with the Eastern Oblasts. Subsection B forces Russia to leave the other Ukrainian oblasts that it has a foothold in, some of which Russia is currently making active advances in. You have heard me say this dozens of times before, but the point remains. Sustainable peace agreements must be commensurate with the military balance between the parties. This is not commensurate with the military balance as it stands today, so it will not work without some artificial adjustments. Subsection C seems to be getting there by having an international force monitor the implementation of the agreement. But monitor does not mean enforce. Watching things happen is not the same as having a barrel of a gun make those things happen. Well, the bright side is that we can go earlier in the document and find an attempt to solve that problem. Section 5. The US, NATO, and European signatory states will provide Ukraine with Article 5-like guarantees. Cute that Section 5 references Article 5. Following points apply. Subsection A. If Russia invades Ukraine, a coordinated military response will be launched, and all global sanctions against Russia will be reinstated. B. If Ukraine invades Russia or opens fire at Russian territory without provocation, the security guarantees will be considered void. If Russia opens fire on Ukraine, the security guarantees will come into effect. C. The US will receive compensation for providing security guarantees. Interestingly, Zelensky has said that this provision has been removed, so I am leaving it here just for the sake of completeness. D. Previously signed bilateral security agreements between Ukraine and around 30 countries will remain in place. We could spend substantial time trying to dissect what Article 5-like guarantees mean here. On the surface, it references the central collective security provision of the North Atlantic Treaty. Inside of NATO, that works fine, because we have decades of understanding what that means. Outside the halls of Brussels, though, things get murky. Article 5, as written, is itself vague. The North Atlantic Treaty only works because it has a long history that has created respect that cannot be conjured out of nowhere. And the whole NATO system operates under reciprocal assistance, whereas the proposal here only goes one way. But let's just phrase it as an attack against Ukraine is an attack against all, with all here to be determined by whoever signs the agreement. And let's further impose the same expectation here that Article 5 has generated over decades of history, where an attack generates serious military support and active effort from the non-attacked countries. Subsections A and B outline what that would look like, and just like Article 5, stipulate that security assistance is defensive in nature. Subsection D allows for yet more rigorous enforcement. There are no problems with the words written on the page. However, there remain significant problems with the credibility of the agreement. In other words, not looking at what is being said, but rather understanding the expectations of what everyone will do. What, over the last 4 years, has led you to believe that anyone from outside of Ukraine will put boots on the ground in the event that Russia breaks the agreement? What, over the last 4 years, has led you to believe that anyone from outside of Ukraine will flood Ukraine with so much military aid that Ukraine would be able to completely ravage Russian forces for itself in the event that Russia breaks the agreement? Well, that is a big problem. If you do not think that these things are credible, the folks over in the Kremlin will not think that they are credible either. And that sinks the value of the words written in Section 5. I know that the center of the discussion of the agreement will point to the Trump administration here, that the Trump administration has been actively unhelpful to the Ukrainian cause at various points over the last year. That is true, and it is a significant problem with enforcing a ceasefire. But it is also a problem that dates back to the Biden administration, especially as the Biden administration was more cautious than the Trump administration on many dimensions to avoid escalation risks with Russia. But that is neither here nor there. More presently, Europe has not taken the actions that would signal credibility here either. EU members debate endlessly about seizing Russian assets and moving away from Russian energy independence. They have filled the funding gap that the Trump administration left by withdrawing economic aid to Ukraine. But the provisions of Section 5 go well beyond supplying Ukraine with money. They are about either putting troops on the ground or funding Ukraine at levels equivalent to Europe already being in direct war with Russia. Neither of those things Russia believes to be credible. All told, that means we have a deal that is not self-enforcing. The Kremlin is looking at all of the occupied territory that it would have to retreat from if it agrees to the deal, and effectively foregoing in the Donbass, and it is not believing that it will be punished if it continues pushing as it currently is. Heck, for even those non-credible security guarantees to come into effect, Russia would have to sign the agreement, which it will not. So we once again find ourselves back where we once were. This time we are circa October 2025, where Russia continues to advance, and Ukraine is not at immediate risk of losing US intelligence assistance or US weapons via European procurement. But we are continuing to see two very different visions of European security affairs from the Trump administration, and the rift there will drive a lot of the potential political intrigue going forward. As for more practical guidance, the answer here is the same as it has been for this entire calendar year. If the United States and Europe want Russia to take them seriously about the enforcement of a peace deal, the parties need to send costly signals today about what the consequences will be if Russia continues the war. That means delivering military aid in quantities not yet seen, and risk-taking at levels that no one has shown the courage to try. Maybe the idea here for Ukraine and the Ukraine-sympathetic half of the Trump administration is to bait Putin into outright rejecting the deal, which might increase Trump's personal support for Kyiv. But that is still a long way from establishing the necessary US credibility here, never mind that it does nothing to establish European credibility. Meanwhile, for those of you looking for a last-second Christmas gift, may I suggest the digital editions of these two excellent books about the war? Check the video description for more information on them. And if you enjoyed today's video, then please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
I got a press release from the Institute for Justice yesterday, and it's an update to a story that I've been covering for quite some time. And in fact, I did a video on it back in May of 2021. And you'll recall the story, if you've been following me that long, where a woman and her family had to park their cars in their driveway, but occasionally, because they had so many cars, because so many people were there and actually to go places, occasionally they'd have a car with a tire or two on the lawn and the other two on the driveway. And Lantana, Florida has got an ordinance against parking cars on your lawn. And they fined her for that. And believe it or not, the fines added up to $100,000. And so she's been fighting this all along. And the Florida Supreme Court just refused to hear the case, leaving in place the lower court ruling that lets these fines stand. So as it is right now, she's on the hook for the $100,000 in fines for parking on her own driveway. Again, these cars aren't up on blocks. They're not non-operable. They're not hulks just sitting there being parted out. They are vehicles being driven on a daily basis, and occasionally, because of tight space in the driveway, one of them might have a couple tires on the grass. So the Florida Supreme Court declined to hear the case of Lantana resident who is challenging the sky-high fines for minor infractions issued to her by the city. In all, it's $165,000 that she owes as a result of daily fines the city assessed for harmless property code violations. Most of the amount, which is over $100,000, is a result of the way her family parked their cars on their own property. Now, in this instance, she's represented by the Institute for Justice, which, of course, is a nonprofit law firm that I talk about quite a bit on this channel. And IJ senior attorney said 6-figure fines for parking on your own property are shocking. The Florida's Constitution excessive fines clause was designed to stop precisely this sort of abuse, to prevent people from being fined into poverty for trivial violations. The court's refusal to hear the case and clarify the Constitution's protections from runaway government fines is a disservice to all Floridians. And keep in mind that the U.S. Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, has an excessive fines prohibition clause that says that you can have fines, but they can't be crazy. And otherwise, they could just say, oh, you break the law with how you're parking on your grass there. It's $1 million a day. You go, well, Steve, that's absurd. Of course it's absurd. And a penny a day presumably would be meaningless. So if there is an absurd result and a meaningless result, there must be a happy medium in there somewhere where you go, okay, the fine makes sense, but it's not excessive. So the woman and her 2 driving-age children and her sister all own cars so they can get to their jobs or to school. And this is the crazy thing. You often hear people being criticized for, they're not working. Why are they so lazy? Well, here we got a hard-working group of people. They want to work and go to school and participate. But when all 4 cars were parked in the driveway, sometimes one of them would have 2 tires on the lawn. For that, the city fined her $250 per day for nearly a year. And in addition to the parking violations, the city insists that she also owes money for 2 other similarly trivial violations: cracks in the driveway and a fence that fell down during a storm. And I can tell you that's another thing that has always bugged me, is that a massive storm rolls through someplace. And I've had them roll over my house before. And trees get knocked down, sheds get knocked down, fences get blown over. And sometimes it takes a while to get that stuff cleaned up. And recently, I'm talking about this past summer, I know a guy who lives a little ways away from me, and a very, very large tree next to the road dropped a gigantic limb on his yard. And he didn't have a chainsaw. And so he had to find somebody who could do that for him, to chop it up for him. And it took him a little while. And now he didn't get fined by anybody for that, because it's understandable that it might take him a little while to do that. And, you know, can't you have a little bit of compassion after a storm blows a fence over? So this woman is protected from foreclosure by Florida's homestead exception. So they can't foreclose on her home and kick her out to make her pay this. But the fines effectively rob her of the equity she's built up in her home and make it practically impossible to sell or to afford another home. So if she was to sell the home, she's got to pay off this gigantic fine here, and it's not really possible. So it's outrageous that the Florida Supreme Court won't consider whether the Constitution protects Floridians from ruinous fines, she said. Cities shouldn't be allowed to wreck lives over trivial violations. And the crazy part, and this is so true that I can't imagine anybody will argue with me, except there are contrarians out there who will argue with anything, including that statement. And if you're driving through any area, Florida, Michigan, Idaho, California, and you're not watching for the signs that say, now entering this city, now entering this city, that kind of thing, you might notice very slight variations in how things are kept up in people's yards. You might. But you don't know whether some city is militant about a particular law or not. And I've had friends, for instance, who've run afoul of the laws in some cities, the codes in some cities, where they say if you've got a vehicle parked on your property, it must be registered and in essence, drivable. Now, they're not going to come out and make you drive it, but if it's got a valid registration on it, they'll usually let you go. And I've known people who've had a bunch of cars, and they're busy working on them, and their garage fits 2 or 3, and they've only got 1 or 2 cars registered, and they're gonna, and the other cars are in the driveway. They're just sitting there. They're not abandoned. They're not up on blocks. They're not leaking fluids. They're just sitting there. And a code inspector goes by every couple of days and goes, hey, I don't think I've seen that car move. And they have to go out of their way to find some of these violations. But the notion that I'm driving down the street, I'm a code inspector, and I look and I see a driveway, and I see cars parked in the driveway, and one car has got 2 of its tires on the grass. That's a violation of the code. Let's fine her. And one of the bizarre things I was thinking about is they say that they also fined her for having cracks in her driveway. Theoretically, she could have put in a new driveway and widened it, I guess, assuming they let her put in a wider driveway, and that would have resolved all these issues at the cost of a new driveway. Now, amazingly, I suspect that $165,000 is more than it would cost to put in a wider driveway if they would have let her do that. But obviously she didn't get in that position. And the other thing I want to point out is that I mentioned I did a video on this topic previously, and I will put a link to that description of that video below, and you can click on it and watch a 4-year-old video of mine, 4.5 years. And that's another problem I've mentioned before, and there's really no solution to it that I can think of. But litigation is extremely slow. I know you're going to say, Steve, they could make it go faster. Well, courts do have very, very full dockets, and they got a lot of cases they're trying to get to, and certain things have got to get done in lawsuits. But the sad part is that this story started more than 4.5 years ago, and it's still dragging on, and they just got a result from the Florida Supreme Court. And so things like this take forever, and sometimes interest runs, and also fines might be getting tacked on the whole time. I'm not sure about that, but my point simply is that dragging something out never helps. But unfortunately, that is one of the things you're dealing with when you're dealing with our legal system. The only question I don't know the answer to is whether or not an appeal can be made of this invoking the U.S. Constitution's clause on excessive fines. But they are apparently fighting this on Florida's clause on excessive fines. And they may have been doing that because they may have thought that Florida's clause was better than the one in the U.S. Constitution. Keep in mind that I've done videos before about excessive fines in the Supreme Court of the U.S. We talked about Timms, the guy whose vehicle was taken from him because he'd been accused of a crime, and they said that he'd committed the crime in the vehicle. And instead of trying to go for civil asset forfeiture, they said simply, it's a fine. And the U.S. Supreme Court said that if it's a fine, it's an excessive fine. So that issue with excessive fines being imposed on states under the U.S. Constitution through the 14th Amendment is actually a relatively new concept. And there was a time when people would actually argue and say stuff in the Bill of Rights only affects the U.S. government and you, not the state and you. And then, of course, as time has gone by, more and more of those protections have been recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court. So we'll see what happens. But as of right now, the Florida Supreme Court has said, we're not going to hear this case. There ain't nothing to hear here. And the reason, presumably, they're saying that is that they agree with the lower court ruling. And so it's a crazy case, but thanks for sending that. Andrew Weimer sent it to me. He's from the Institute for Justice. And I have to tell you, the Institute for Justice is a nonprofit organization that exists solely by being supported by people who believe in their cause. And they go out and represent people in constitutional law issues around the country. They have at their disposal some of the best attorneys in the nation on constitutional law issues. And I've been in court and watched them argue. They're good. They're good. And could you afford to take a case to a state Supreme Court or the U.S. Supreme Court on your own and hire good attorneys? I don't know. You got hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you might say, but Steve, makes it even stranger. If it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight a fine that's $165,000. Yes, that's one of the strange things about this, is you might pay way more money to defend yourself against a claim that's less than the amount of money you're going to spend. And so if it weren't for the Institute for Justice, cases like this might never even get heard. And every now and then you hear about somebody who takes a case up to the state or the U.S. Supreme Court and they make good law. And they do everybody a service. And that's one of the reasons that the Institute for Justice operates, is they want to make good law for everybody. And they got to find cases that do that, and then they pursue the cases. Sadly, this one didn't work out, but oftentimes they do. So again, Florida Supreme Court ends homeowners' fight against $100,000 fine for parking on our own driveway. Sadly, it's a loss. But Andrew Weimer sent that. Thank you very much. Questions or comments, put them below. Let's talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching Leto's Law. It does not matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop.
Oh, yeah.
Do Christians have to believe in the virgin birth? Do Christians have to believe in the virgin?
a single example of a seraphim plug safe, then use in the day over the light of they do things they arrows use to prove to their well, not all answers are for direct questions. Sometimes these are answers of a conscience, sometimes answers of that how does it resonate. We don't presume to a question. Not every question is the same. Another starting of the actual historical figure. Someone said that he's not convinced of Christianity because he hasn't really heard a good story for it yet. Not that really understands tradition. He's not looking for something that engages the mind. He's looking for something that engages the heart. So the way we do that is things like books, comics, games, movies, music, any kind of art to do that. So I absolutely think that wants to create art. And I think that's one of those things that if we do this, we're emulating our master. Because God created. God is the essence of a created being. And we can emulate God by being created ourselves. So hope that helps. Thank you much for that. Very appreciate it. Something over here too. Let's see. Bill Gates asks, what things do you explore in your Christian side of How did the implementation of them to preachy? I think that's a great question. Okay. Now, I do have things, and I have things in all my books. Okay. Find some other the cards. Okay. Now, the things I use in my books. Now, this one. I have the personal redemption case That's the book. But there's also other ones too, like Ancient Myth. Now, Ancient Myth is basically the context of the Bible. So, I wasn't exclusively the Christian theme, but it isn't one of the Christianity either. Now, all Stars Angels has a different theme. I use the theme that children can make their parents. It's universal truth. But I also have a secondary theme in there too, that prayer really works. Prayer matters. So, there's something easy to do. I'm not sure that's a Christian theme. Okay. But, they do overcome their tradition. All Stars Angels' theme is that children come with their parents. That's not necessarily the Christian theme, but it's the universal truth. And that's the thing what we want to do when we do these things from being preachy, is we use themes that have universal truth. In the third book, the theme of the third book is going to be individual strength. Now, that's a very Christian theme. That's a very, very Christian theme. Is, if you want to be strong, you have to be humble. So how do you know you can preach? You don't preach. You just show truth. You show the world through a Christian lens. Show the world as every Christian would see it. You'd be surprised how radical just that is. You'll look at all three of my Christian books. Every... I want to show it. Yeah. Show the world through a Christian lens. Don't tell them about it. Show it. Show the world what we like. Well, here's the thing. If you look at the world through a secular lens, people are inherently good. Secular lens sees the world as inherently good, inherently moral, inherently upright. And people can make it just by being good people. That is a secular worldview. Yeah, that's black education, black opportunity. That is not Christian worldview. Christian worldview is the world's inherently fallen. People do bad things. People do awful things to each other. Right? But there's a right and a wrong in the midst of that. And there's a truth that doesn't change. Show people what you write. The inviolability of truth. That truth that you're going to show is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Whatever that truth is that you're trying to show. Right? There's truth to believe. That's universal truth. That will always be true. Right? The fact that people do bad things to each other. It's universally true. That's not the fucking okay, it's universally true. I had one viewer said that everybody in another area was an awful person. Everyone knows the world. Everybody just show people the way it really is. So show it as if show every story like you're looking through the lens of the world. Usually like two lenses. How Christ sees the world. Right? The truth, the good, the bad, the ugly. Right? Take the varnish off. Don't varnish people. Because you're varnish into savage. So not is me. No, he's not me. Not is me. Okay. But he's not you either. So my point is just like the Old Testament. Yeah, show just like the Old Testament. If you show a world just like it happened in the Old Testament, yeah, your world's way there. Okay. Anything else here? Let's see. So Dr. Gas, do you ever see intersect with somebody you as a character? They don't, but they do somebody as a character. He's a cell. Right? He's a cell that creates a situation for that to happen. Okay. But he's also an accurate reflection of how bad humanity can get. So he's the darkness compared to the light of the others. So okay. So that's one here. Let's check it. Is 18 mysteries. And this one is would God call somebody works hard? Yes. Yes, he would. Just like you call somebody plumbers, some people be lawyers, some people be doctors, some people be teachers. No, God will also call somebody nurse. And we'll use that for his glory and for his honor. So absolutely. God can call people nurse as well. It's a thing. The history of Christians is full of people called nurse. So and some people even think while they're doing art. Albert Dürer was an incredibly devout follower of Christ. Some people knows about Dürer was he was a German Catholic that converted to Lutheranism. And you see when you see his like Albert Dürer and you look at his self-portraits, it changes over time. Fascinating. He's like we're doing work for the papacy and the decoration of funerals. And his first portrait is a rich young man in clothing, wealthy clothing and gems and all that stuff. His very last portrait after his portrait was fantastic, absolutely great portrait. His last portrait was a man in rags. And people show him most wretched and someone of the most wretched sinners. This was a man who came to understand his personal depravity and his need for Jesus. It was an incredibly interesting perspective on the life of a man from his sort of his early faith to his later faith. Incredibly critical and very much an excellent expose of that sort of maturity in Christ. So absolutely, God can call people to make works of art. Absolutely. And people believe that's what art. So yeah, I think it's that's very hard. Yeah, the 3 quarters of the word. Yeah, the existential really is really interesting. And cool. So yeah, Daniel says, is the only youth the age of wisdom? Yeah, it's fascinating studies. Okay. Next one here for the industry. What is the inspiration behind the premise of our series? Ooh, okay. The inspiration for the Word God series was actually the whole idea of the spirit critters. That was the inspiration. Right? The idea that there's sort of conflation between angels and heavenly hosts. That stars aside were angels, or at least that's the analogical language used for angels. Okay. So when I look at this, I thought, okay, we don't see angels up there. But what happens? This is the Word God series. What happens if we exile androids up there and they start filling the vacuum of the angels? And that's sort of that was the inspiration behind the premise of the Word God series. Was that okay? Let's put in space. They're no longer for exile. They're in space and they become like it. Now, the first book is sort of the preamble that gets you into that. Okay, so the first book is sort of like an archaeology book. I want to teach archaeology true fiction. So the first book was that premise of stars, angels, was always in the back of my mind even in the first book. So, pigs in space. Charlie, was all stars, teams, stars, was okay, like C++ writing. I'm going to hear C++, but I can't. I can't very, very, very into. So there's no fancy C++. I can definitely say all stars, teams, non-star books. Lastly, I just couldn't get into this. Sorry, not good at education. I love the way you but I'm hands. Shame. I'm glad you're right. I'll get here. Okay, yeah. So, I'm very fancy with somebody wasn't inspirational all stars. Okay, so just saying. All right. I'm just really sort of that cultural background of, say, Genesis 1. We're talking about the creation of the sun. We can text Genesis 1. So what is inspiration for this? Genesis 1. Okay, Genesis 1. And we're the creation of the sun. Okay. 1:16. God made two great lights. The great light of the day, the lesser light of the night. He also stars also. He placed them in the expanse heavens to give light on earth. Okay. And go down here to Genesis 1. Thus the heavens and earth were created, and all their hosts. Now this is all their hosts. This is the Sabaoth. Now Sabaoth means army. Okay. Heavens and earth and all their armies. Okay. Now this is where Genesis 1 starts conflating the stars, which are seen as the armies of the Lord, with the angelic armies. Okay. So this is where the inspiration for all the war gods. It's from Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. It's the idea that the angels are stars and the armies of God. So it's not the Lord of the South. Okay. When it says Lord of the South, no, it's not Lord of the South. It's the Sabaoth. Sabaoth and Sabaoth are the same thing. A South is west. A Sabaoth is army. Okay. But you have to see the term in the Yahweh Sabaoth. The Yahweh of armies. Okay. And who is armies? These are spirits that follow him. So the idea of the book, the idea that God the book is, okay, what happens if you go to space and find much light out there? Okay, so the angels up there, and they start filling in the place of the heavenly hosts. They become conquering angels themselves. And angels and angels divide the war. Just like what we find in the heavenly hosts. The heavenly hosts, they divide into war. You have those Satan, you have those war. And they fight each other in the heavens. So yeah, and exile the eyes, see what happens. Exactly. Exile the eyes, see what happens. That's the premise behind the War God series. You exile the eyes and the envoys to space and see what happens. And this is hard science fiction. It's not technology. It's asking a question. What if? What if this happens? So check on. Yeah. What else? Yeah. So what happens if you exile all these envoys that can build ships and reproduce and build envoys? What happens to them in space? What becomes of them? What does our universe now look like? Well, not very much like the heavenly hosts. So Cherry, eBay, we leave now. Okay, so that's the inspiration for War God series. You see why we War Gods now, and we'll build. You see, that's and now only Sloppy can stop them. Of course, Sloppy. We might make some with Sloppy. We're not Sloppy. Sometimes people are not here. Okay, we are not done with him. For those of you who read the book. Jerry, the Sloppy clinical mess. He doesn't make sense. See, there's us. Good, don't kill him, please. And we'll go for Sloppy. Promises. Oh no, we're going to something very, very special planned for Peter Jam. Something very special. Okay, so the next chat here. So here it is. Okay, are you listening back? Oh, he's done. He's hanged. He went back. Okay, he was hanged too. So how do you think yeah, once I before so yeah, it's I have something very, very special planned for Peter Jam. It might be before, but I have something very special planned for him. Okay. Next one here is from. I trust you. Well, it will come. It will come. I'm not saying when. Okay, that's something very special planned for Mr. Chin. Okay, next one here is see you. We're good. See you here. Stay. Change some here. Alright. What's casting lots like? Did it change over time? Oh, just a bit. Okay. Now a lot is basically a stick. Okay. When you cast lots, do this way. There are two sides. There's a stick. One side is. Some of the one side is. Then a lot. Okay. So if you have, like, for example, a selection of 12, okay, and everyone uses 12, so there's different casting lots and drawing lots. Typically, how casting lots works is you might have, say, for example, this is a lot. Okay, this is a lot. Right. And you throw a 4 and you make one line like this and a lot like that. Okay. It's when the lots match all the same sides that you win. That's typically how casting lots work. Okay. So if you're using a gambling dice, it's a very popular gambling dice. You might have 3, for example, cast lots for the garnets of Christ. What we're doing is basically rolling the dice and have the high score of the garnet. That's how it works. Now, sometimes it's also used in just plain old 6-side dice. Okay. You do know that in New Testament times, the lots could be straight dice, or it could be something like your typical, say, well, now typical 6-side dice. Okay. That would be casting lot too. So, yeah, see. So that would be casting lot too. That's possible. Rolling 6-carry dice. Okay. Rolling 6-carry dice, and lots of examples of fighting card dice from the military. So, but you tend to just call both lots, both stick right as well as say the dice variety. Okay. So again, so you have a little yeah, absolutely. The fact that the dice garnet is a good garnet. It was a expensive garnet. They cut the garnet for a way to ruin it. So they give the gamble, and the highest value that will highest garnet. So yeah, it's a little bit different, but it's a bit different. I'm a little bit here. So that's awesome. Okay, you actually operate just a little differently though. Let's say dice. Okay. Going to my dice here. Let's choose. Okay. All right. This is from these are from. It says 3 dice. Okay, it's 1 side dice, and they have a little bit on them. Okay. When you start to you roll them, and the first dice, or red dice, basically tells you what character is the word, and the other dice can use interchangeably to spell out the word. Okay. So it's kind of you're doing a divination where it spells out a specific word, you read the word, and then you do what it tells you to do. Okay. I might say, for example, a 6-side dice, or a lot, where you have to high scores. Okay. So the other does operate differently than say a lot. Okay. And the lots is through lots you have any number of these. You have any number of these, and the way we're getting is whoever gets the most side going up is the winner. You have 60s, you have 20s. For example, they glue lots. They would show them a bag. Okay. And one marked. Who's going to next bottle? Okay. They hold lot, and they get down to two and they do lots. They get who's next boss. Okay. So and that's a perfectly bona fide way of selecting a person for boss in that day. They still do it in the church. For example, for the church, it's made up 2 candidates, and then the decision made by lot. Still in the day. It's still in the day. So absolutely, this is the best. Still done. Frankly, you never done 2. If they might go wrong your way, but I think loads of the Indian answer breastplate. Well, cool. That'd be really cool. Not sure it'd be safe radiologically, but still be cool. Yeah, it's like different than dry short straw. It's not quite the same, but only breastplate. Cool. Hey, what's the state check here, right? Got here. So on this one. Okay, so. So that's what podcast was like. They change over time and culture, but that's generally how it was. Okay, so what else, CD? Very appreciated. Next one here, if the Eastern Western Churches unite, where will that be process? Really no different, to be honest. No, I don't think, honestly, even though say Western Church really wants to reunite with the Eastern Church, I don't think that's somehow, honestly. There's still too many outstanding issues between the two, and frankly, the Eastern Church has burned so many times by the Western Church, it'd be pretty negative to reunite. But I can't see any unity between them. Because here's the Western Church has always had the idea if they want unity, so everything until you leave. So, yeah, see, there's us. Hopefully, like you, biblical things, like the source, Judge Ray, the body assumption of Mary. There's going to be all sorts of issues there. The fact is that when we talk about the difference between Eastern and Western churches, it's always been predicated upon, you can't leave us, just leave your side. That's, yeah. And Don says, as long as you're pretty much word master, you can leave. Yeah, nothing much exactly. Yeah, that's the difference too. That's the difference too. It's very different. You're born in Catholicism, then you convert to Catholicism. Very different. Yeah, you are as an adult convert. You are absolutely everything that one Catholicism teaches. what is how you know, convert social is supposed to be a pathway. As a convert, you are buying into a whole package of goods that you can't you really it's hard to unless you pretty much all the way before you convert. So when the straight paths absolutely.
They may not get passes. They write their own passes. Yeah, and
Yeah, as Mrs. Says, it's that it's not so much that they get a pass, it's that they can write their own pass. That they're not committed to the same rigidity that Congress is. So whenever basically if a Catholic who's born Catholicism decides to believe in Calvinism, there's no formal dissociation. There's no that. So but if you're a convert who believes in Calvinism, oh yeah, you'll be kicked out for that. So there's no standard. There is no standard between converts and converts who was born in the church. So yeah, definitely for Protestant Catholics, if you want to surrender, know what you're buying into before you do make a purchase, because it might be more than you're assuming. Right now, it's part of God's plan. I think so. Not part of God's plan. But again, too, I also think part of God's plan is converts in the church. We saw that that for example, as converts in the Holy Spirit worked in the church. I think that God in His Holy Spirit and wisdom knew that men would argue, and that through history and converts in the church, the Holy Spirit made himself and show what was the right course of action. So yeah, Mom says God before the without agree. Absolutely. Well, that's what he before Paulson was okay. Like really. Mom says I consider Paulson before couldn't have taken doctor. For me, it was the source right. That's really that sort of storehouse of good works. I'm still sort of doctor to say that storehouse of good works. That you can have so many good works that you still give somebody else. It's that excess goodness is the bank account that backs a lot of other doctrines, like the Mary dogmas, like the papacy, like even some of the sacraments like the Roman. A lot of that is backed up by the storehouse of good works. So that's the church for me. Okay, so I think I would be too much for the Protestant would be the same position that they did. Okay. Next one here is from 18 ministries. That's not possible that all sins ultimately lead to idolatry, aside from God, to systems. Well, okay, there's something to this. Now, here's the thing. You have to do this. Take the New Testament definition of idolatry, not the Old Testament definition. They are different. Basically, the Old Testament definition of idolatry is tracking God and idol, and then restoring it to from the what you want to do. Okay, that's not the New Testament definition of idolatry. The New Testament definition of idolatry is putting anything above God. Okay, so it is a difference between the Old Testament definition and the New Testament definition of idolatry. So the Protestant is taking the New Testament definition and it's basically saying, okay, any sin that's basically that you're captured by, that you're enslaved to, is basically putting that sin above God Himself. So that's pride. Let's say you're breaking pride, you want to enemy God. Well, that's pride above God Himself, and therefore that's a form of idolatry, at least in the New Testament context. Okay, so that's what's going on there. So the Protestants are basically taking the New Testament version of idolatry and sort of lifting up. So basically, using that as really the quintessential sin that all sins will fall into. And there's a point to this. Do I think that version of idolatry is essentially using the Old Testament idolatry? All sin has sort of roots in one sin when God. So that's sort of what they're talking about. They're taking a very valid biblical principle and basically working at it towards its logical conclusion. Right? So that's what he's going on there. That's very appreciated. Well, the next one too, because also the definition of idolatry, I that way, but I don't think that's again. Idolatry in the Old Testament context is setting a statue, trusting God in it, serving God, take what you want. Okay? And that's actually the New Testament version, which is the anything you put above God is idolatry. So yeah, serving God is putting your wants and desires above God Himself. So there is a relationship between the Old Testament and the New Testament definition, even the definition for is something different. Okay? So thanks for that, very appreciated. Okay. Seeing versus the God seems idol breaks. No, it doesn't. What happens when idol breaks? Okay. The God inside the idol gets damaged. Okay? He gets a broken nose or head chopped off or his hands moved. Okay. Now, how does God save an idol? The way God saves an idol is different than when the idol is martyred. What's a loser, man? I love that. What's a loser? Okay. How God escapes is he gets really angry. Okay? He gets really angry. How do you God save an idol? You basically have to put it in an area of ritual defilement. Okay? So ritual defilement causes the idol of God to save. So the idol stays, God saves the idol as long as the setting idol is ritually pure and everything outside of that ritually pure space is defiled or profane. Okay? So that's how you keep God in the idol. Is you make the space like this. You could trap somebody in their home by just give them everything they want. You give nice food, clean living space, comfy furniture, and then outside that home are the streets of Detroit. Sorry, we're going to use you as an example. Okay? There's shootings, there's gangs, there's cars on the street, there's bears running around. Yes, now bears running around the streets of Detroit. Oh, what again? That's too awful. We don't see people. Okay? Yes, you're going to want to stay in your home because it's nice, it's safe, it's comfortable. You get fed nice food, you get good drinks, your furniture is comfy, and outside the streets of Detroit are coming bears and Detroit bears. They're coming Detroit bears. Yeah, that bears running around the streets of Detroit, you get in the streets. Yeah, so that's how you keep an idol or God is idol. Is you make it nicer on the safe space than outside the safe space. Now, how an idol will flee a idol is when it becomes the same on the safe space. That's just profane. So, Daniel, wait, that's real. That's real. But there's one of the streets that's real. Let's take it up. Yeah, a lot of actually verdict. 25% of homes in Detroit now. There are streets in Detroit right now that are going back to wild. Deer, bears, coyotes, all that stuff. So, good times. Good times, yeah. Yeah, it's not just streets, exactly. Okay, so now, to get back to the question here. In a case, let's say, idols, okay? God will only escape if the sacredness of the inside is the same space. There's no difference to escape. So, if you break an idol, but that's the God's inside it. What happens is you mar the image of God's essence. So you put God's hands block off. You take off the head of the God's taken off. So breaking an idol doesn't free the God from the idol, at least in the living context, it hurts the God. God, there you go. So that explains it. That's the way it's sort of sliding rule. This is why these guys in the password. They're trying to get hands off lives. So, okay, next one here. It's from PC4YT4 507. Thank you for the chat. And yes, you think of course we have to start the cemetery with the hasty matter of the results from the plague of the first one. Yes, I do. It's impossible to prove. The reason it's impossible to prove is because the cemetery has been turned off by agricultural leaven. So we know the cemetery there. We know the cemetery dates to mid-1919, at the same time as the horse would end. So think this way. A horse continues to occupy until mid-1919 and immediately switches to a cemetery. Okay, that's time sus. It's time sus. So do I think it's caused by cemetery? Yes. Do we know that? We can't do it. And it's because agriculture just turned all the tombs up as they basically are running road from the fields of the horse. All that's turned up and mixed into the soil. So that's the downside. I don't see a large cemetery as immediate as that unless you did have the unnecessary of that kind. Yeah, catastrophic event. A catastrophic event would be all I think that could necessitate a burial that big that fast. But this is a burial over decades. It just starts mid-1919 moves on. So again, can't be sure because the agricultural level. So just want to get that here. Okay. So what is this archaeology has to lead near organization of ours from the 12th 19th century, so in fact, in some sense, all the bus, I would say there was definitely near organization of ours, especially in the 11th century. We originally had ours in the 10th. So we do have a few scarabs from the 10th century that we found ours, and that's the earliest remains of ours 10th. That's time seems to have been an Egyptian settlement. Down to the 11th, start seeing Semites occupying the area, and then pretty much changed occupation from that point to the 19th century. And We do have archaeological layers. Yeah, this is second meter, first meter. So yeah, this is first meter. That's the first, and I think I believe it's Kathy is the person who found it. As far as we know, it's Kathy. I believe Kathy's the person we find there. So, but yeah, that is the version we find out. So, okay, faith and facts. Also, super chat. Similarities and differences between Elohim and Kami. Okay, that's interesting. Next question. Now I think what you mean here is this. Elohim meaning gods, basically the numeric plural, not magnificent plural. So just to be clear, this we're talking about here the numeric plural of Elohim, not magnificent. This is the version we find out. So, okay, faith and facts for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Similarities and differences between Elohim and Kami. Okay, that's interesting. Interesting question. Now, I think what you mean here, and I'm going to take it is this, Elohim meaning gods, basically the numeric plural, not the magnificent plural. All right. So just be clear about this. We're going to talk about here the numeric plural of Elohim, not the magnificent plural. Okay. There is a difference. So we're just going to talk about the numeric plural. So small g, gods for Elohim. And the Kami, which is the Kami are the Japanese word for gods in the sense of basically that they're sort of these minor deities as well. You could also throw in Necharu here too, the Egyptian word for gods here. Elohim and Kami, there are they're just supernatural beings. And spirit critters would apply both of these just fine. There isn't that much difference, to be honest, between Kami and Elohim. At least as far as, say, how they behaved, what their spheres of influence were, their divine responsibilities. They're very similar. They're very similar. And a lot of cultures had this idea of, say, lesser divine supernatural beings that sort of ran around the landscape doing various things. You know, some of them were good, some of them weren't. So, yeah, Theo would be perfectly a perfect throw in for that too. Darkblade, yeah, that's perfectly, that's consistent with all of that. Mama, I still want that spirit critter emoji. When we get a good design for it, we'll put it up. Okay, I need a good design for that, one that miniaturizes well. Yeah, post a good spirit critter design on Artist Alley, and we'll take a look at it. If it, as I said, if it scales down well, we do have a few more slots for emojis, so we can do that. So give us a good. I think it has to be like something like 30 pixels by 30 pixels or 28 by 28 or something like that. I don't remember the official specification, but it has to shrink really well. Ars Alley on a channel, a Discord plug. Yep, absolutely.
People not on there yet.
We want to let's plug it. Let's plug the Discord because a lot of our community happens on Discord. We don't take your questions on Discord. What we do is we socialize on Discord. We workshop each other's ideas on Discord. We do a lot of interesting things on Discord. So Discord is a hopping place. So if you want to join us on Discord, the link is in the description and you'll have a great time. Again, it's a place to socialize. So Louis Sandoval asks the follow-up question here. Did all spirit critters got categorized simply as demons and angels, or is there a middle ground? There is a middle ground. Some spirit critters are neither angels or demons. Okay, so and we're going to have we have another super chat that's going to talk about this later on. So I'll actually take that super chat now because it really dovetails with this too well, which is from AT Ministries. He asked the question: if a demon isn't a catch-all term for evil spirits, why does the Bible always use the term demon as evil? Well, they are kind of using it as a catch bucket, but not every evil spirit is a demon, technically. Okay? The Bible does use catch bucket terms when not everything is part of that, strictly speaking, that catch bucket. Like, for example, Philistines. The Bible talks about Philistines. Not all Philistines were Philistines. Some were Sheruhen. Some were Didanu. Some were other tribes of, like the Medjwej. Other tribes of sea... Medjwej, yeah. Other tribes of sea peoples. Other tribes of sea peoples were thrown into that catch bucket of Philistines. Okay? So, the Bible does use catch bucket terms for simplicity's sake. It's not saying that everything is technically in that catch bucket. But that catch bucket does make things easier to talk about. Okay? So the Bible does use the term demons as a catch bucket term for all evil spirits, even though not every evil spirit is technically a demon. Technically, a demon is defined as a evil being that goes and does something. It's sent to do a task. Okay, so that's the technique. Now, the same catch buckets are also used of good spirit beings too. Angels. Angels are technically messengers. But not every good being is a messenger. In fact, very few of them actually are. Both the term angel and demon, those are job descriptions. Okay? They're job descriptions. Angels are basically those who carry a message. Demons are those who do a task. That's their job descriptions. So there's you're going to get good beings and bad beings that fit neither job description, but when used as a catch bucket term might be thrown in there. Like, for example, say primordial gods. The ones that fell are not technically demons because they're not doing any tasks. They're just principalities, powers, rulers, but they're not out there doing a task. So they're thrown in that catch bucket even though they're technically not a demon. Seraphim. Sorry, God help us if any of us ever see a seraphim as a messenger. I don't know of a single example of a seraphim that was ever used as a divine messenger. Oh boy. Can you imagine a seraphim showing up to be a messenger? A fiery six-winged serpent with thousands of eyes. That's brown trousers time. To my knowledge, God has never sent a seraphim to do the job of an angel. Because God is incredibly gracious. PC4YT. Be afraid. Very afraid. Yeah. Seraphim are terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, so it's like so not all good spirit critters are angels, even though the New Testament will lump them into that catch bucket. And not all evil spirit critters are demons, even though they're lumped into that category. It just sometimes that the biblical writer wants to just talk about this in generalities. And there's nothing wrong with that, but do recognize that these categories are catch buckets. They're not meant to be used with precision in those particular contexts. So again, context matters. So I hope that helps. Again, I want to thank AT for his super chat here. And that follow-up question on what's it now? By Lou Sandoval here. So did all spirit critters got categorized as simply as demons and angels, or is there a middle ground? Again, it's a catch bucket thing. Are you for or against God, essentially? And not all demons, not all evil spirits are demons, and not all good spirits are angels. These are catch buckets. They are used to convey a specific point. So, hope that helps. Okay, next one here. Next super chat here is from BuzzFeed. Who asks, is Kedar Lamar Siwe Pale Hapak? Maybe. The answer to this is maybe. There are 3 possible candidates that lived within the lifespan of Hammurabi that could be. And this is one possibility. One possibility, not necessarily, we can't tell which one it is, but there's 2 others that are very similar in name to Kedar Lamar. Okay, so it isn't just, we're not just talking about one possibility here, but there's 3, at least 3 distinct possibilities. Siwapala Hupak is one of them. I can't remember what the other 2 are off the top of my head. I'd have to go look that up. But I remember that there are 3 that are very, very close, at least in etymology, to Kedar Lamar. So we just don't know which one it is. Just saying, because again, they're close in etymology, they're close in biography, and absolutely, we just can't know. All right, so that's the best I can give you here. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next one here is from Luis Sandoval for 10 Dominican pesos. Thank you very much, super chat. Do modern angel encounters differ from biblical ones? Yes, Kudur Lagamar is another one. Yeah, Kudur Lagamar is another of those of the Kedar Lagamar possibilities, but there's a third one too. So again, a lot of kings were named similar to that at that period of time. So, all right, do modern angel encounters differ from biblical ones? I would say this: the modern angel encounters that I've heard of are very similar to what we find in the New Testament, where angels are putting on a simulacral body. They're putting on a simulacral body, and they are taking a human form so that they don't like wig people out. So that's one of those things where I think it's one of those things where, say, modern angelic encounters are going to more pattern New Testament, where you get the fear not kind. Fear not, they look human, and you're just expected to sort of, not necessarily recognize that they're angels, but they're going to basically have some sort of message or run some interference or something along those lines. So it's not going to be like, say, Old Testament encounters where, well, you do get those kind of encounters too. Like, for example, at the Trees of Mamre, you get those kind of encounters too. But you also you're not going to get the prophetic encounters like where the prophet is taken before the throne of God and angels are basically, you see angels without their simulacral bodies. Without their simulacral bodies, then the mind fills in all sorts of really, really bizarre and strange stuff that to fill in what you expect to see there. So, because prophetic encounters don't happen the way they do in the Old Testament, you're not going to encounter angels like they were encountered in the Old Testament. You're going to get that more New Testament kind of encounter because people are no longer taken into the throne room of God to receive God's revelation as such. Okay? So that's going to be a qualitative difference between the two, say, types of encounters. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I also want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 memberships. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your support of the channel, Jack. We also appreciate your puns. Very punny. So thank you so much. We do so.
When we imagine the immortality technology of the ancient Egyptians, I suspect that two images come to mind more immediately. The first, of course, are the vast pyramids that silently endure atop the Giza Plateau. It's truly difficult to comprehend just how ancient those structures are, constructed between 2600 and 2500 BCE. I mean, we're closer in time to Cleopatra than she was in her lifetime to those most stately marvels. I suspect that the other image for the means by which the Egyptians achieved immortality was the famed Book of the Dead, or really better, the Book of Coming Forth by Day. That's their title for it, with its hundreds of spells and vivid descriptions of the heart weighed against the feather of cosmic justice, Ma'at. That technology only developed in Thebes around 1700 BCE, and perhaps its most famous example is the stunningly beautiful Papyrus of Ani, written around 1250 BCE, sometime during the reign of Ramses II, Ramses the Great. The mathematics there is startling. The Great Pyramids of Giza and the earliest editions of the Book of the Dead are separated by a gulf of a millennia, of 1,000 years. A similar gulf of time separates me, from the settlement of Vinland by Leif Erikson, the introduction of the astrolabe into Europe, and very nearly to the Battle of Hastings and 1066. Of course, we should not be surprised to learn that in that millennium, ancient Egyptian immortality technology evolved, and indeed a real revolution occurred in precisely that gap. Between the hieroglyphically barren pyramids of Giza and the bedecked and bespoke papyrus rolls of the Book of Coming Forth by Day came the very first written literature meant to provide immortality itself. These spells, rituals, and incantations were to be elaborately carved into the pyramids into the twilight of the Old Kingdom, and they provide us not only the keys of ancient Egyptian immortality, but also the very first depictions, the very first descriptions of that afterlife, and the earliest sustained religious literature known to humankind. Known to scholars as the Pyramid Texts, this literature marks one of the greatest religious evolutions in all of human history. And if you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, or just the arcane in history, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my content on numerous topics in esotericism, including curated playlists. Also, if you want to support my work, this work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism, here on YouTube, freely accessible. I hope you consider supporting my work over at Patreon with a one-time donation via PayPal, with the super thanks options you can find just below the video, or picking up some of our merch from the store tab on the channel. But now, let's turn to some of the earliest sustained religious literature in the entire world, and our first glimpses into the literature of the afterlife, and how at least some kings and queens were thought to have achieved celestial immortality. I'm Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Religion, in the broadest scope of that term, surely predates civilization. It probably predates humanity. And even the monumental architecture of sites like Göbekli Tepe may give us our first glimpse to some of the earliest artificial temples in the world. But these cultures left behind no written record of their agendas, and the best we might do with that is just to guess. We guess what the archaeological remains of their cults meant to them. We'll never know, probably. But the earliest sure religious documents emerged not from Egypt, actually, but over in lower Mesopotamia, what is now Iraq, among the Sumerians, in the famous Keshem of about 130 lines, which, along with the instructions of Shurappak, represent the oldest literary documents in human history, dating to around 2600 BCE. However, just about 3 centuries later, the ancient Egyptians would produce one of the most sustained and enduring religious texts in all of history, lasting about 3,000 years. In fact, one that would survive more or less intact in various forms until the very end of pharaonic civilization itself. That immortality technology is known to scholars as the pyramid texts. Note that I refer to these texts, their rituals, and archaeological media as immortality technologies, and not tombs. At least when I'm being careful, I'll call them tombs later in the episode, and you can call me out for it. To my mind, it's just simply wrong-headed to denote all of this as funerary rituals in the pyramids, to refer to the pyramids as simply monuments or tombs in any simple sense. Tombs, of course, are for storing the corpses of dead people. They're for storing dead people. But that's precisely the opposite of what these rituals and buildings, frankly, were meant to accomplish. They were means by which human beings, or, quasi-divine human beings, kings and queens, as well as some future rulers, could transition from once finite living state, that is, say, bounded by the body, the entropy of the physical body, to another living state, a different kind of being alive, this time fully immortal and dwelling with the gods in celestial immortality. Thus, terms like tomb, book of the dead, and funerary rituals actually do more to obscure what the inner logic and religious meaning, and frankly the religious understanding that these monuments and rites had for the actual historical ancient Egyptians. We should listen to them and not impose our categories upon those people. We can even see this in phrases the Egyptians used themselves. Again, they called it the Book of Coming Forth by Day, and not the Book of the Dead. It was a book precisely for the immortal living, or in the case of the pyramid text, these are referred to as ach makers, or achifiers, if you want to cool word to use at a cocktail party. Achifiers, that which made one into an ach, an effective immortal being. But to understand that concept, we need to go back and understand a bit more about some Egyptian conceptions of immortality. Frankly, scholars do not fully understand the religious logic and beliefs of those people that built the Great Pyramids at Egypt, though the best guesses are that the kings that dwelled within them were thought to ultimately dwell among the imperishable stars of the northern night sky, named by the Egyptians because, well, those stars in the northern part of the sky, above the solar ecliptic, they never set, and so that's a pretty keen candidate for immortality. However, by the composition of the pyramid text, a more specifically Osiris solar means of immortality was being theorized, and you can see that developed in the pyramid text. However, as we'll also see, this older stellar conception likely survives in both the ritual incantations, but even more explicitly in the architecture of the pyramids of even this later period. But as I'm sure many of you know, for the ancient Egyptians, the human being was composed of at least 3 distinct elements, maybe up to 5, but here 3 is what we're going to deal with. The physical body, the animating or vivifying force of the Ka, and the personality or the consciousness and memories of that person, the Ba. Of course, we're using the Egyptian aleph here, and it probably wasn't pronounced like that, and its pronunciation probably changed over time. Upon the death of the physical body, the impersonal Ka was released, but if that person wished to achieve personal immortality, it was necessary to release the trapped Ba. The Ba was still trapped within the physical body so that it could unite with the immortal Ka. The once immortal, though eternal animation force, and the once perishable personality force were then thought to be combined into a new entity known as an Ach, literally an effective one. Thus, the pyramid texts were known, just as I mentioned a moment ago, as Achifiers, that which made people into Achs. Thus, this was just the start of the process, however. The immortal Ach was part of a much more vast divine ecology, and we're going to circle back to that place of the Ach with that divine ecology in just a moment. But the pyramid of Unas, or what's left of it, frankly, isn't much to look at. It's found at the necropolis at Saqqara. Well, it was the smallest pyramid in the region, and it was built for the 9th and final king of the 5th dynasty, Unas, who ruled sometime in the 24th century BCE. It's been heavily looted for its stone, and only a few of the outer casings actually still remain. It's pretty sadly dejected state of affairs. In fact, when you're on the Saqqara necropolis, you can easily just miss it as just a pile of rubble. However, it's not the pyramid that greatly concerns us in this story. It's what's beneath the ruined monument that does. Beneath roughly the apex of what used to be the pyramid lay Unas' unadorned and uninscribed sarcophagus. This is a reminder of the clean slate of the more ancient pyramids over there in Giza. However, Unas' tomb is a revolution in both Egyptian immortality technology, but also just religious literature generally. Inscribed on the walls and gables of his tomb, I told you I'd do it, are hundreds of spells, rituals, and incantations which provide us our first literary sustained depictions and descriptions of the afterlife, and, I suppose even more importantly, how one might go about achieving it, at least how an Egyptian monarch might achieve it. This is the Achification literature, known to scholars as the pyramid text. But I'm going to keep calling it Achification literature. These texts, first appearing again on the walls of the Temple of Unas, would further appear on a total of 11 Egyptian kings and queens' tombs from around 2300 BCE down to around 2100 BCE in various states of proliferation and elaboration. In fact, Unas' corpus would set the stage for all later texts, though the pyramid, for instance, of Pepi I would include about 3.5 times more ritual content as Unas' tomb, which comes out to be about 2,262 lines of text. However, for this episode, I'll be focusing mostly on the text of Unas, mostly because, well, they're the earliest, they're the most complete, they're the best understood, and they would become the template not only for the later pyramid text, but also for the eventual coffin texts and the eventual spells of the Book of Coming Forth by Day, our good friend, the Book of the Dead, which you probably have that E.A. Wallace Budge edition that you need to get rid of and get a more modern version of, just FYI. Thus, Unas' texts and rituals, which by no means exhaustive of the Achification literature, certainly represented a base canonical version of it for the ancient Egyptians. Now, it isn't clear when the text of the Achification literature themselves were first composed, though the language is pretty archaic when compared to contemporary secular inscriptions of that time, the time of Unas. Thus, it's likely, very likely, that the texts weren't composed in Unas' lifetime, or for him specifically for that matter, but likely date decades or even centuries prior. In fact, it seems that the inscriptions themselves were actually prepared from some kind of more I don't know, generic exemplar text, probably prepared on papyrus, we think that because there are a few spots where a phrase like so-and-so, basically a name placeholder, is written, where King Unas's actual name should have been written. So, whoops. He just left his name out of an immortality inscription. At any rate, these texts themselves were first discovered around 1880 and are part of the ongoing archaeological, linguistic analysis, and our ever-expanding understanding of ancient Egyptian religious concepts have only deepened our understanding of these texts. In fact, Allen, who's written the best study of this entire literature in English, has published monograph-long analyses of just the grammar of each individual pyramid text. That shows you how difficult these texts can be, and many of them remain, frankly, quite obscure when compared to the more Middle Egyptian Book of Coming Forth by Day. I mean, we like that text better because it has pictures, because we're all 8 years old. And of course, Book of the Dead has that edgy, edge-core Evil Dead sensibility that no one can deny. We like the Book of the Dead for some reason. In short, what scholars have learned is that these texts are a sequence of rituals and incantations carefully placed in a specific sequence on the walls and gables of the tomb complexes, which allow for the Ba to be released from the physical body to join with the Ka to then become an immortal Ach, as one is wont to do, and exit the structure to dwell with the gods in the day barge around the solar ecliptic forever. This is accomplished by a set of initial rituals, probably at the time of inhumation. The ongoing power of the inscriptions themselves, they're carved into stone, both as enduring offerings to nourish the Ach, but also to guide the Ach to their celestial immortality after physical inhumation. The architecture of the structure itself, specifically, as we'll see how it mirrors both the movement of the life-giving solar transit, but also the revivification process of the god Osiris, with whom the mummified ruler is ritually identified with. But let's rewind a bit and let's unpack each of these in turn. The pyramid text can be roughly divided into two types. There are ritual spells and there are personal spells. Ritual spells are usually said on behalf of the person who would become an Ach, typically in the second person, addressing them, and usually these would be read out loud or pronounced by a lector priest acting as the elder son of the ruler. These spells were probably originally only recited orally once inhumation was taking place, but came to be engraved on the walls as a means of making them eternally effective, as if they were always in recitation, being carved on the walls there. Of these ritual spells, there are at least two types: offering and insignia rituals, and the, of course, resurrection or activication ritual. The offering and insignia rituals are associated with the northern wall and represent a sequence whereby, offerings are made. Ritual foods and libations, including lots of different kinds of beer and wine, by the way, are presented before a purification ritual, which uses salt water and incense as part of the opening of the mouth ritual, whereby the deceased, kind of deceased at this point, is able to partake in ritual nourishment. They won't be deceased for long. They're on their way to becoming an Ach. Following this, garments, dress, and regalia were all presented to a statue of the soon-to-be Ach, and the process was then moved over to the gods, after which certain vessels, often painted red, were smashed. The red color probably represents the evil god Seth, and smashing them was probably an apotreic. These ritual offerings were associated again with the Eye of Horus, thus restoration to wholeness, and would often rely on elaborate word plays in ancient Egyptian. The offerings would pun on the words related to the kind of spell being used. In later rituals, small figurines in various stages of food and beer production were also placed in the tombs, again, to make such rituals enduringly effective, as if you're always being made food and beer so your Ach can stay nourished. In fact, they even have little silos in there sometimes, with little silos full of little grain. They're kind of cute. Of course, the star of the show, the much longer resurrection or activation spell, is typically associated with the southern wall and involves the formal separation of the Ba from the physical body following all those ritual offerings and the opening of the mouth ritual. We have to get the Ba out of the physical mummy there. While missing in Unas's chamber a further ritual on the western end of the burial chamber of Pepi I, remember he has a much more elaborate set of pyramid texts, sought to identify the mummified person with Osiris and thus commend them to the sky goddess Nut, although we'll see the same kind of ideas happening in Unas's tomb as well. Pepi's tomb also contains a fourth ritual addressed to his ritual statue on the south wall of his vestibule. Pepi the First text is just enormous. Other spells also occur on the eastern wall as well and alternate between ritual and personal text. These, of course, could be easily converted by changing the grammar from the first person to the second person, and they could even be swapped for gender. Again, there are some queens being buried here as well, though this was not terribly consistently done. The grammar is a bit of a mess for the queenly tombs. Women getting short shrift in history. Who knew? Their tombs are also much less elaborately carved. The burial chambers often just included the antechambers as well into one room. They weren't as nice. Other spells, for instance, on the western wall of Unas's burial chamber also include very specific protection spells written in quite obscure language, and these are mostly to protect the mummy from snakes and worms, because he's a mummy. Thus, to take Unas as an exemplar tomb, we have mummy protection spells and the burial chamber on the west gable, the offering ritual in the burial chamber and the passage of the north side. We have the personal responses rituals to those offerings, which are on the burial chamber and the east gable, the resurrection ritual, which is in the burial chamber and the passage, on the south side, that is. The spells for emerging from the duat, we'll come back to the duat in a moment, on the antechamber on the west gable. Spells for passing through the achet, we'll also come back to that. On the antechamber on the southwestern walls. The spells for achification on the antechamber of the east gable and wall. Spells for departing the achet, gotta get out of there, on the antechamber of the east-north walls, and spells for the rebirth process and eventually entering the sky. Those are on the corridor on the west and south walls as you travel northward out of the pyramid. No, I'm not going to even try to summarize all these spells for you. You just need to go read them for yourself. Wait to the end. I'll have a book recommendation. And this would honestly be a great use for something like VR, where you could just imagine being in the position in Unas's tomb. We could put you in the sarcophagus. You would look over to the west and see the spells protecting your vulnerable mummy in the gable above you, again, over there to the west. You could hear the second-person ritual spells being read to you, starting from the northern wall of the burial chamber, before starting your own personal spells in response as your Ach emerges into immortality, working your way through the ritual and personal spells as you move through the burial chamber and eventually become a fully activated Ach, united with Osiris, reborn with the sun as a child of Nut. Who doesn't want that? Finally arriving into the antechamber before being propelled into the northern sky through the vast ascending passage. This would be a great use of something, again, like a VR demo with like high-res imagery from Unas's tomb, or just frankly a historical recreation of it. You could have lector priests in there with you. You could even have an ancient Egyptian mode where we get scholars to like actually put it in ancient Egyptian and do transcriptions. You could even have a Pepi the First upgrade mode where you get 3 times more rituals with the non-shareware version. At any rate, this just needs to be like a VR thing. Isn't this like what meta is supposed to be? Or I don't know. I don't know anything about VR stuff. It kind of makes me queasy. All right, but why does any of this work? Why do these spells have any power? Why do they effectuate achification? Now, I've been mentioning Nut and Osiris along with terms like the Achet and the Duat. How do all of these work together so that we ancient Egyptian kings and queens, can achieve immortality? Well, the answer is that the Egyptians conceived the architecture of the tomb, the rituals performed therein, and those inscribed on the walls as uniting with and performing in microcosm the ritual of the rebirth of the life-giving sun through the reviving power of the god Osiris as son of the sky goddess Nut, deep within the night. Microcosm, macrocosm. But how? How does it work? Well, this is going to require a little bit of Egyptian cosmology, which I imagine some of you know. The Egyptians imagined the world as a finite combination of land and water surrounded by an infinite ocean held at bay by a firmament known as Shu. The sky, or Nut, was the space beneath that dome of which the infinite ocean, or Nu, was, well, protected. And beneath her, of course, is Geb, the earth beneath. The divine sun transferred through the sky, through the year, in a dayboat in a 12-degree wide arc from east to west that they refer to as the Winding Canal. To the south of that canal was a region of sky known as the Sea of Reeds, with its unwearying stars and the mounds of Horus, Seth, and Osiris. North of that canal was the Field of Rest, or the Field of Offering, and its imperishable stars, the likely post-mortem realm in the earlier Egyptian mythology that I mentioned first. This is probably where people like Khufu were going when they were putting those giant tombs out there. I told you tombs, I did it again, on the pyramids of Giza. As the sun passed into the night of the west, it was said to gestate in the womb of Nut, being born again at dawn between her thighs in the red east, sometimes referred to as the gory red east. However, in a parallel myth system, not a contradictory one, a parallel one, as the sun became Atum and it joined the night boat journey, it crossed into the regions into the darkness under the earth, the Duat and then the Akhet. The Duat is the literal Egyptian underworld. It's beneath the world wherein dwells the very womb of Nut, and as Osiris, the mummy god, responsible for all rebirth from human revivification to the sprouting of seeds after the great yearly floods. In fact, Osiris began as an agricultural god. Once the sun passes through the 5th hour of the night, it became joined with Osiris and revived. It then exits the Duat into the Akhet, the place of becoming effective. Thus, the sun is revived in the womb of Nut by Osiris before passing through the Akhet and being reborn again between the thighs of Nut in the red of dawn, the bloody show, as some texts have it, of literal solar rebirth. I mean, I just love the image of the red dawn as literally the blood of her giving birth to the sun again. It's a very evocative image. The pyramid texts recreate this macrocosmic drama in microcosm. As above, so below. I mean, it's no wonder that Hermeticism would be born from these Egyptian myths. The mummy itself is identified with Osiris. In fact, in Unas's case, the early resurrection test, he's just referred to as Unas Osiris. He's literally identified with Osiris, with the overall tomb system being the womb of Nut. Thus, the spells slowly revivify and nourish the Ba, passing like the sun through the Duat antechamber, empowered by the three-chambered Serdab, whose exact function isn't clear, as the Akhet, before being fully rendered as an Ach, before being powered through the birth canal in the form of the ascending corridor to the north. It's a birth canal. The mummy, the Ka, the Ba are all identified with Osiris and simultaneously undergoing in unison with the solar rebirth emerging forth by day. Emerging forth by day. That's why that book is called that in later generations, the book of coming forth by day. In this way, the rituals mirror and enact the daily cosmic rebirth of life itself. It's truly a glorious ritual, and of course, one that any person would want access to. And so it would be. Over time, these spells would be adapted and painted on coffins, at least at first for priests who could afford them, and then eventually for other members of the royal household, and then lower officials in the Pharaonic court before the so-called coffin text, and eventually the books of Coming Forth by Day, in which anybody could have a fragment or even an entire roll of these texts note. And this had the effect of democratizing access to the afterlife, an afterlife accessible to anyone with a pure heart and the correct ritual observances. The pyramid texts are truly a decisive moment in both Egyptian religious literature, but also a true watershed moment in human religious history. Their concept of the soul would make it to Greece via historians like Herodotus and especially philosophers like Pythagoras. You know, he's known for triangles. Well, Guess where he might have learned that? They're pretty good at triangles over there. Anyway, from Pythagoras, it would become a central pillar, the idea of the soul and the metaphysics of folks like Plato. Indeed, this Egyptian influence is impossible to downplay for Western civilization, especially because no similar notion is really to be found among our other great spiritual influence. The ancient Israelites, who only had a very limited, very bleak concept of the afterlife, the shadowy eternal twilight of Sheol. If you want to check out the concept of the Israelite afterlife, I've actually made a whole episode about it if you want to become really depressed about the concept of afterlife as if it was much of a life. If you want to dive in and really understand it, compare it to the more elaborated versions of the Egyptian concept of the Duat, which developed primarily in the New Kingdom on texts like the Book of Coming Forth by Day. While the Great Pyramids of Giza loom large in our minds and the vivid depictions of the afterlife in the Book of Coming Forth by Day ultimately inform kind of our visions of Judgment Day, it was truly the lesser-known pyramid text, or the Achvacation text, as I keep referring to them, that really represent a revolution, a real revolution in religious literature, and they are well worth your study. Without doubt, the best English edition is James P. Allen's Ancient Egyptian Pyramid text in the second edition. Really should get that second edition. It's worth it. Now, I'll admit, they are bewildering to read at first. But again, you can maybe do what I did. It's not VR, but I just printed out a diagram of every single tomb I was studying, and as I studied it, I just walked through in the tomb where these various parts were being said, step by step, trying to hear the second-person rituals in my head, and even reading out loud the first-person ones as I went, wall to wall, chamber to chamber, from inert mummy to eternal Ach. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and Ach, Wedya, and Seneb to you. And until next time, thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
But it's always Jehovah, not Yahweh. Yahweh is a desert, a literal desert pagan god.
What is the evidential law? That to me.
You know how zombies can break doors? Well, it turns out you can actually trick them into breaking almost anything. Right before they finish breaking a door, replace it with another block, and the zombie will keep mining that new block instead. It works with literally any placeable or pushable block, so you can even make a zombie break a netherite block in just a few punches. But it gets crazier. If you replace a door with a shulker box full of items, the zombie will destroy it, and none of the items will drop. Or if you break the door and then light a nether portal right where the zombie's breaking, it'll actually break the portal block itself. And finally, if you use a baby zombie to break a door and then light an end portal while it's breaking it, the zombie will break one of the end portal blocks and have an illegal portal. You know how zombies can break doors? Well,
Christianity was illegal for the first 300 years until Constantine finally legalized it. Then we can get together and have these synods and ecumenical councils. But the Bible is confirmed by these local synods and holy tradition itself. The Bible is a derivative from the church. So when Constantine legalized Christianity, he's like, okay, let's get together so they can clarify what it means to be a Christian. Constantine didn't invent anything new. We can read people like the Apostolic Fathers before, they were teaching the same exact thing. So when we get the creed at Nicaea, the first creed, that we believe in one God, the Father Almighty, which affirms that Jesus is God, in this council, it destroys the Arian heresy. These teachings aren't new, they're just clarifying what has already been known. Another important fact about the First Ecumenical Council is we can read the canons to see if there is anything higher than a bishop. Like the Roman Catholics claim that the Pope is above all the other bishops, papal supremacy. But we can read the canons, and it says that old Rome has a customary honor. They were first among equals in the church because they were doubly apostolic, because Peter and Paul died there. Rome was always a first among equals, not papal supremacy. That is something that evolves later because all bishops are equal. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, is just the Patriarch of the West who was a first among equals, not a dictator.
The Son is no true God, merely a creature. Admit it, bishops, and reason will prevail.
Stop your blasphemy, Arius. The truth of the word is eternal.
The Second Ecumenical Council, we get the creed that we recite to this day. But notice that every addition to the creed is added via Ecumenical Council. It isn't just one single bishop adding to the creed. It is consensus. It is collegiality. That's how the early church was. The Second Council, the Council of Constantinople, expanded on the creed, adding the full doctrine of the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father, clarified Christology and Trinitarian language, and the phrase about the church being one, holy, Catholic, and apostolic was emphasized in church teaching and became a firm part of the creed's proclamation, even though this was always known before. All of this is biblical. These marks were emphasized as essential descriptors of the true church against heresies of that time. And the Orthodox Church still recites this creed to this day. The church first, that the church is one. We can read this in the Pauline epistles. It has many members, and all the members of the body, through many, are one body. So it is with Christ. The second mark is the church is holy because God is present in it. The Holy Spirit guides the church. The church will not defect. And the third mark of the church is Catholic. This doesn't mean Roman Catholics. It means Catholic in universal. The church is universal, meaning that the church teaches the same thing everywhere. And like Ignatius of Antioch says, where the bishop is, Jesus Christ is, because the bishops are all vicars of Christ. And that's where the church is, where the bishop is. And the last mark is the church is apostolic. It has preserved the original teachings of the apostles, and they have apostolic succession in that they're bishops of laying on hands from bishop to bishop all the way back to the apostles. You can read the Old Testament parallel in Numbers. Then he laid hands on him and commissioned him as the Lord instructed through Moses. Even if these other churches that claim to be apostolic, they do have the laying on the hands, But there's a second criteria to true apostolic succession. It's faithfulness to the apostolic faith. In Orthodox theology, apostolic succession is not just biological or mechanical, hands laid on heads. It is organic and ecclesial. It's a succession in the apostolic faith, within the apostolic church, with the laying on the hands, but also transmission of the teaching of the apostle. The faith, once and for all, delivered to the saints. This means that there's three inseparable realities must exist together. Is you need to have the right faith, orthodoxy. Orthodoxy in Greek means right belief. Valid episcopal succession. Life within the one church. If one is broken, the succession is broken. Knowing this refutes early heretics like the Gnostics, because the Gnostics had no doctrine of the unbroken chain of apostolic teaching authority through the laying on the hands. The Gnostics did not have apostolic succession.
We hold the secret spark, knowledge meant for the
Secrets
few.
wither in the light of truth.
Truth? You speak of change.
And I speak of succession, hands laid from the apostles themselves. The faith
is exactly how St. Irenaeus called out the Gnostics, because the Gnostics claim that the Christ or the apostles passed on some teachings secretly. Also in the Second Council, the Cappadocian Fathers, Basil the Great, Gregory the Theologian, Gregory of Nyssa, and this model of the Trinity, which ratified at this council the monarchia of the Father, which is not compatible with the Filioque. That would be added later. Another key thing about this council is that Constantinople, the new Rome, was moved up to second among equals. The old Rome hated this, and this shows the tension between Rome and Constantinople, because all of Christianity was focused in the East, in the Eastern Roman Empire. Old Rome was struggling at this time. I'm bringing up these councils because it shows you the controversies that the church dealt with and shows you what we don't believe and what we do believe. That's the point of the councils, which is essential to the Orthodox faith. The third council is the council at Ephesus in 431, which condemned Nestorianism. The Nestorians denied that Mary is the mother of God. They only called her Christotokos, the mother of Christ. But that's where we get the word Theotokos, is from the Third Ecumenical Council.
Mary is only the mother of Christ. You divide Christ himself, Nestorius. The Word took flesh, one person, fully God, fully man. Therefore, Mary is truly the mother of God.
This is where we get the first big schism, is the Syrian Church of the East splits off, and they are Nestorian. Fourth Ecumenical Council was the Council of Chalcedon in 451, which condemned monotheism, which denied Christ's human nature.
One nature only after the incarnation. The humanity dissolved like wax in the divine fire.
And thus you deform the mystery. Christ is one person in two natures, unmixed.
This confuses a lot of people because there are the Oriental Orthodox. They are non-Chalcedonian. We have not been in communion since they rejected this council over 1,000 years ago. The Oriental Orthodox are the Coptics, the Syrians, the Armenians, the Ethiopians, and the Indian Church. But to sum it up, the Eastern Orthodox are Chalcedonian because we say Christ has two natures, one human and one divine. This is called diophysitism. Then there are the Oriental Orthodox, those who reject this council, who say Christ has one divine human nature, which is called miaphysitism. Rejecting Chalcedon is just one of the errors of the Oriental. The Fifth Ecumenical Council, the Second Council of Constantinople, was after the Council of Chalcedon. Some writings and teachings were arising that suggested Christ's human and divine natures were two separate, or even that he might be two persons. This was largely tied to the writings of a few theologians who were condemned, and we condemned Nestorianism in 3 chapters, which overemphasized Christ's humanity to the point of separating his persons. It was a denial that the divine and human natures are united in one person, one hypostasis. So the council reaffirmed Chalcedon that Christ is one person, he has two natures. These natures are united without confusion, without change, without division, without separation. This is based on the Bible in John 1:14, that the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. Colossians 2:9, for in him the whole fullness of deity dwells bodily. Philippians 2:6-7, he emptied himself by taking the form of a servant. This demonstrates the union of the divine and human natures. 1 Timothy 2:5, one mediator between God and men, the man Jesus Christ. So he is one person, fully human, fully God, mediating salvation. So the Fifth Council protects the unity of Christ's person while maintaining his full humanity and divinity. Any teaching dividing his person is condemned. Notably, the canons of the Fifth Council also condemn certain Origenist teachings as heretical, such as the pre-existence of souls, because Origen taught that the souls existed before their earthly life. This is anathema because Scripture teaches that God created each soul at conception, We can see this in Psalm 139, 13 through 16, Jeremiah 1:5. Pre-existence undermines the orthodox understanding of creation and salvation. The council also condemns universal salvation, universalism. Origen speculated that all beings, even Satan, would eventually be saved. Now, this denies the reality of eternal judgment and the necessity of repentance, contradicting Christ's many, many warnings about hell that we read about throughout the Gospels, like in Matthew 25, 41 through 46. It also condemns extreme allegorical understandings of Scripture. Origen understood Scripture in ways that disregarded literal truths, such as denying the historical reality of Adam in Christ. This is anathema because it undermines the incarnation and historicity of salvation events, which is essential to the faith, like we read about in 1 Corinthians 15 through 14. And Pope Vigilius did not condemn these 3 chapters of the books, and because of that, Pope Vigilius was excommunicated. The Fifth Ecumenical Council refutes Vatican I and the whole Roman Catholic system. And then between the Fifth and Sixth Council, we have the Council in Trullo, which is another proof that we don't need the Bishop of Rome, the Pope, for a council to be ecumenical, because it's accepted in the Sixth Council. And then we get the Sixth Ecumenical Council, the Third Council of Constantinople. So after Chalcedon, some proposed monothelitism, claiming Christ had one will, divine, arguing that the human will would compromise divine unity. This threatened the fullness of Christ's humanity, which is essential for salvation. So in this council, it condemned monothelitism, that Christ has only one divine will, and monoenergism, that Christ only has one operation. The Orthodox response is Christ has 2 wills and 2 operations corresponding to his 2 natures. He is one person who has a human and divine nature. He assumed a human nature. He has a divine will because he's fully God, and he has a human will. He's fully human, perfectly aligned with the divine will. And that's what makes Christ different, is that his human will was totally in union with the divine will. That's what we are all thriving for through theosis. So will is proper to nature. Christ's divine will guides his actions. Human and divine wills are distinct yet harmonious. So the Sixth Council protects the full humanity of Christ, emphasizing that his human will cooperates with, but is not eliminated by, his divine will. Monothelitism is condemned. It undermines salvation by denying Christ's complete humanity. Often in these times of heresies, sometimes political leaders and emperors would promote heresy, and there's always saints that rise up and they stand up for the truth. For example, with this issue, monothelitism, St. Maximus, a Byzantine monk and theologian and scholar, defended Orthodox Christology during a time of intense heretical controversy, especially monothelitism. He wrote treatises, letters, and theological arguments to defend orthodoxy and expose heretical errors. For opposing the emperor's heretical policies, Maximus was arrested, tortured, and exiled multiple times. In around 662, he was brought to Constantinople, where he suffered severe torture. His right hand was cut off. His tongue was cut out to prevent him from teaching and speaking against heresy. Now, despite this brutality, he refused to recant or compromise. His writings continue to influence Orthodox theology, especially on the union of the human and divine in Christ. He is remembered as a confessor, one who suffered for the faith but was not martyred by death, even though he suffered greatly. In all these times of heresy and crisis, we see that the saints are immovable objects. They don't start their own church, and they die for what others think is small. Saints are rooted in God's will, not human opinion. They don't bend to political pressures, cultural trends, or popular whims. Even when they're exiled, don't start their own church. They don't create parallel jurisdictions. They don't seek personal power, fame, or organization, as it comes from a life of holiness and dedication to the truth. They remain loyal to the one church even if it persecutes them. Their authority comes from holiness, prayer, and fidelity to Christ, not ambition or followers. They die for what others think is small. Saints often suffer for things the world considers minor, obscure, or irrelevant. Oh, we're all Christian, we believe this. But literally, that's not what the saints believed, is they literally were willing to die and get their tongue cut out over a Christological error. This relativist spirit is wrong. Their cause is truth, love, and holiness, which may seem small to worldly eyes, but is eternal. The Seventh Ecumenical Council, Nicaea II in 787, which condemned iconoclasm because people were going around destroying icons, saying that it was idolatry.
The Word became flesh and dwelt among us. To deny his image is to deny him. The truth prevails!
That's a graven image. But no, they aren't. It was an entire crisis which was fixed by the Seventh Council, and now we have an entire service dedicated towards this, the triumph of orthodoxy. This is what stands out so much about an Orthodox church is you walk in, and it's so beautiful with the iconography everywhere. We venerate icons. We can read about what St. John of Damascus said. He said, I do not worship matter, but the creator of matter, who for my sake became material and designed to dwell in matter, who through matter effected my salvation. Icons are windows into heaven. The veneration is not towards the piece of wood, but the person in it. We are venerating, not worshiping. As Orthodox Christians, we do prostrations. We kiss icons and relics. We do an honorific bow. There's nothing wrong with veneration. Iconoclasm, often fueled by theological ignorance, as seen in figures like John Calvin, strips Christianity of beauty, truth, and ultimately the incarnation itself. Because God became man. God became matter and sanctified matter. God works through physical objects. Partake of God and receive his body and blood in the Eucharist. What iconoclasm really does is it leaves behind a distorted and impoverished vision of reality. In orthodoxy, icons in the incarnational principle are essential to theology. It's essential to Christianity. They proclaim that God truly did become man, and he truly did sanctify matter. The invisible has been made visible for our salvation. So to reject icons is not a neutral choice, it is to misunderstand the gospel itself. Icons stand firmly within this biblical pattern. Biblical symbolism is so important, and symbols have real power, just like the bronze serpent in the Old Testament. It healed because it pointed to Christ, and the Ark of the Covenant was venerated. People prostrated before the Ark of the Covenant because it bore God's presence. So icons are honored because they proclaim the incarnation. The honor given to the image passes to the prototype. We do not worship icon. The bronze serpent has no power in itself. It healed not because it was metal, but because of what it represented and to whom it pointed to. God commanded Moses to raise it up in Numbers 21:8, and those who looked upon it with faith were healed. The power belonged to God, acting as a visible sign. Christ himself confirms this by saying, as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up in John 3:14. The material object became a vessel of divine action, just as icons are to this day. That same principle applies to the Ark of the Covenant. When Israel bowed down before it, they were not worshiping the wood and gold, but the God who dwelt in it, his presence. As St. John Damascus says, I do not worship matter, but I worship the creator of matter, who became matter for my sake. Veneration is passed through the material object to God himself. Now, in the case of the bronze serpent, people do end up worshiping it. They turn it into an idol. But what that shows is that the bronze serpent inherently is not an idol. Something like the bronze serpent is inherently an idol would be a contradiction, because God commands that we shall not make a graven image, but God commands that Moses makes the bronze serpent. And so what this shows is that idolatry in the second commandment is ultimately about the disposition of our heart towards a thing. Is that we can worship something, we can commit idolatry without a physical action. So it's not the physical action or creating the thing in itself that is idolatry or a graven image, but our relationship to it. Versus in the pagan cultures, they would have a physical object where they thought God was only in that object, and they worshipped the object. This is a lot different than the theology of icons. These distinctions are really important, and icons are one of the reasons that everyone should be Orthodox, because we can read the ancient Christians and they understood the spiritual world and the physical world as combined, not separated, where it's like there's the bad physical world and good spiritual world. That's ultimately Gnosticism, and this is not the worldview of the church fathers, of people in the Old Testament, of the apostles, is they understood the physical and spiritual are one, and icons are just a natural outflowing of that. Always been present. As Orthodox, we have our icon corners with our saints, and we ask for the intercessory prayers. Again, there's biblical evidence for this, and the early Christians have always done this. It's a part of holy tradition. We light candles. We pray for the dead. We don't believe in purgatory, but we do pray for the dead. I show this timeline so much in my video, and now it's time to talk about the big schism. But what led to it? We can read in the 800s about Cyril and Methodius when they were trying converting the Slavs. They made an entirely new language, the Church Slavonic. They didn't want to enforce their culture on the slaw. But these saints ran into people from the Latin branch of the church who were representing the Carthaginian Empire founded by Charlemagne. And these people in the West, the Latin, they were committed to linguistic and cultural uniformity. They insisted the use of the Latin liturgy. So you can see the different views of converting people versus the East versus the West. The West wanted to enforce their culture, their language on everyone, versus the East they made an entirely new language. And this spirit still lives in Orthodox evangelization. The West is now the modern day Roman Catholic Church, but we can see the precursors that led to the schism, because for hundreds of years, the East and West were starting to grow apart because one was speaking Latin, the other was speaking Greek. They weren't speaking to each other, and these differences started to compound, which eventually makes schism inevitable, especially when you have the Frankish subversion of the church. You have all these forgeries starting to pile up in Rome, creating this new view of papal supremacy, and they eventually added the filioque to the creed because of this. This is where we get the pillars of orthodoxy. First, Photius the Great, which is one of the greatest patriarchs in the history of Constantinople. He was condemned by a robber council, but then the Eighth Ecumenical Council a few years later affirmed the restoration of his see. This was the Photian Schism, but all Photius was doing was sticking up for orthodoxy. The Eighth Ecumenical Council anathematized anyone who altered the creed, which condemned the filioque. Photius the Great was against papal supremacy and against the filioque.
The apostolic see. It was said you would destroy the heretics, not join them.
For example, St. Photius the Great, he says that the filioque introduces a dyad into the Trinity because it undermines the monarchy of the Father and proper distinctions of the person. Photius distinguishes eternal procession from temporal sending. The Son sends the Spirit temporarily in a mission, but does not cause his eternal being. The filioque confuses this distinction, projecting the economic mission into the inner life of the Trinity. Photius emphasizes the sending of the Spirit in time does not imply procession from the essence. St. Photius says the addition of the filioque is a blasphemy against the Holy Spirit and a corruption of the apostolic faith. It's not a mere abstract error, but it's a distortion of how the persons of the Trinity relate. His theological vision is grounded in Scripture. The Fathers, especially the Cappadocian Fathers, their model of the Trinity, accepted at the First Ecumenical Council in conciliar tradition, and it remains authoritative in orthodoxy to this day. What happens is that there's the Fourth Council of Constantinople in 869, backed by Rome, and Pope Adrian condemns Photius, siding with the Nicholas position. However, after the Council of Constantinople in 879 through 880 is accepted by the next pope and the papal legates. The papal legates go to this council conveyed by Photius. They participated and approved of its proceedings, which restored Photius to the patriarch, annulled the prior council of 869 and 870, and it reaffirmed the creed without the filioque, anathematizing any addition. So this is a later council approved by the papal legates, and then the Pope, Pope John VIII, recognizes the council's authority. He acknowledges Photius' restoration and gave him a gift to the patriarch. He also expressed approval of the council's judgment against unauthorized use to the creeds. And it says, anyone who used filioque in the addition shall be anathematized. Things get clearer with time. This council annuls the prior decision of 869. And so this is the accepted council in the church. The Pope accepted it. The next pillar of orthodoxy, who came after this schism, he stood up for orthodoxy, Gregory Palamas, who was also very anti-filioque, anti-Western, and their idea of absolute divine simplicity and Barlaam, and he stood up and he developed hesychasm, which is so essential to orthodoxy. Gregory drew a distinction between God and his essence and knowing God and his energies. He maintained the orthodox doctrine that it remains impossible to know God in his essence, but it is possible to know God in his energies. All the essence energies distinction was doing was referencing the Cappadocian model of Trinity, which was ratified earlier in the Second Ecumenical Council. And Gregory in his writings asserted that when Peter, James, John witnessed the transfiguration of Christ on Mount Tabor, that they were seeing the uncreated light of God, and that it is possible for others to be granted to see the same uncreated light of God with the help of repentance, spiritual discipline, and contemplative prayer. It's not done in an automatic or mechanistic fashion. It's very rare. Most people will never experience the uncreated light. This is the center of the mystical Hesychast way. It was described in great detail in the Philokalia. The point of this type of prayer, sometimes accompanied with deliberate breathing exercises, is to acquire an inner stillness, ignoring the senses. All of this is rooted in early Christian monasticism, and what is essentially a Ninth Ecumenical Council in the Palamite Synods, it confirms and exonerates St. Gregory Palamas' hesychastic theology and essence energies distinction, and condemns the rationalistic philosophy of Barlium, who Palamas debates in the Triad. Hesychasm is so important for the monastic life, and that's who Orthodox listen to. We listen to our monastics, those who are the teachers of the faith, not some philosopher or theologian. No, we listen to the monks, and the center of Orthodoxy is Mount Athos, and hesychasm is practiced there. So they are the spiritual backing of Orthodoxy. And the last pillar of Orthodoxy is Mark of Ephesus. There was a attempted reunion council, Florence, which is a robber council. You can read all of the fishy stuff that was happening. Mark held Rome to be in schism and for heresy for its acceptance of the Filioque clause that they added to the creed, and also for the claims that the Pope had universal jurisdiction over the entire church. He was the only Eastern bishop to refuse to sign the decrees of the Council of Florence. It was a robber council.
I will not betray the faith of our fathers. Your defiance cannot stop unity. Then I stand alone, but in truth. Orthodoxy cannot be bought.
There are so many times in church history that heresy almost wins out.
The bishop will bend. Once he falters, all will follow.
If the world is against me, then I am against the world.
Like the Council of Florence, like the Arian crisis, like the Iconoclast crisis, but orthodoxy always wins out. So the pillars of orthodoxy stood up for orthodoxy when the Great Schism happened. Why did the Great Schism happen? Because of the Frankish subversion of the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church and the Bishop of Rome added the Filioque without council. They claimed papal supremacy, which is not right. We can read Nicaea had a customary honor because they were doubly apostolic. They were not a dictator. They were first among equals. The only reason they have these new doctrines are because of forgeries. 1054 is a big split. And like I said, with Mark of Ephesus, there was an attempted reunion, but Mark of Ephesus stood up for orthodoxy. From the very start with Constantine, in orthodoxy, the church and state work together. Not like in the Roman Catholic Church where the church and state are one. No, we have symphonia. You can look at the Byzantine flag. Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Empire, was the longest standing empire in the history of the world. And we can read from the First Ecumenical Council that the church and state work together, the church and the emperor. That's how it's always been. Versus in the West, the church and state are one, where the Pope is the head of the secular state and the church. And sadly, with the rise of Islam and Byzantium became a unite empire, Byzantium fell. And since the Great Schism, the East has stayed the same and the West has continued to change and innovate. The East uses the Julian calendar. The West uses a Gregorian calendar. The West banned married priests. The East still allows married priests. The West banned infant chrismation. They banned infant communion. The East still has infant communion and infant chrismation. The West added purgatory and indulgences in limbo. The East does not teach any of that. The West teaches absolute divine simplicity in the Filioque. Wrong. The East teaches essence energies distinction and no filioque. And some people in the West realized their errors, and it caused the Reformation, which caused the birth of all these Protestant churches because the Roman Catholic Church has been so abused. I basically got up to the 1400s, but again, Orthodoxy doesn't really change. We don't reinvent the wheel. It's basically every generation we're passed down a torch and we're keeping that torch going. Orthodox, do they have 7, 8, 9 ecumenical councils? Well, it all depends how you define an ecumenical council. Nicaea II gives, I think, a pretty consistent definition of an ecumenical council is that it's accepted by the Pentarchy. The Pentarchy are the ancient sees. So definitionally, the Catholic Church cannot have any more ecumenical councils because they're not in communion with the other patriarchs. And so it's really a word concept fallacy is, does the Orthodox have binding pan-Orthodox infallible synods that the entire church accepts? Yes, there are many, like the Palamite synods, the anti-Protestant synods. All of these things are accepted by every patriarch. And so however we want to label the ecumenical councils, we use 7 just because of the Pentarchy issue. It's really kind of missing the point. And he says, well, as Catholics, it's easy because if the Pope signs off on it, then it's an ecumenical council. Well, he brought up the Council of Jerusalem in Acts. They don't count that as an ecumenical council. Yet, isn't it an ecumenical council? The Pope Peter signed off on it. Why isn't it counted as an ecumenical council? This is just getting into semantics about definitions. I'm sure he would say that Council of Jerusalem is an ecumenical council, yet it's not counted. The other thing is ecumenical councils are not required to be the church. I mean, definitionally, the church did not have an ecumenical council to the first Council of Nicaea in 325. So from 33 AD to 325, was the church when they didn't have ecumenical councils? Yes, they were still the church. And yes, they still had local synods, because that's how the church is governed. Ecumenical councils, pan-Orthodox synods, are called in times of crisis. Pope's magic signature doesn't make the council infallible and binding. His simplistic response is, oh, it's simple in Catholicism. If the Pope signs off on it, it's an ecumenical council. In Orthodoxy, we know an ecumenical council, but by what is received by the entire church, that all the patriarchs accept it. They affirm it and they have the same understanding, and it's received by all the patriarchs in the universal church. Makes the most logical sense too, is that Nicaea too isn't just some intellectual thing. It's something we participate in at the Orthodox Church. As you can see the theology of iconography all around you. All of these councils, you see it in the liturgy. Versus in Catholicism, you don't. Like, often their councils and dogmas are kind of far away. They're just like paper documents that most people aren't even following. And also, what do you do when your ecumenical councils that Pope signed off on contradicts, like Vatican II? And then the trad Catholics are saying, oh, it's a pastoral council. And it's, again, just compare Vatican II with the pre-Vatican II teachings, errors of the modern. Orthodox nations have struggled under Ottoman persecution against Islam and then communist persecution. Right now in the 21st century, I think Orthodoxy is seeing a huge resurgence. It has been so persecuted, and yet it comes out stronger. And there's so much to talk about. Orthodoxy is worldwide. Orthodoxy is evangelizing. We're doing it right now. Ubi Petrus has some amazing videos on the history of evangelization of Orthodoxy. We can read about St. Herman of Alaska, St. Innocent. This is how to sum up Orthodoxy. Christianity in its original pre-medieval form without doctrinal change or alteration. It's Orthodox, but not Jewish. It's Catholic, but not Roman. It's evangelical, but not Protestant. It's not denominational, it's pre-denominational. It's not ancient, it's not modern.
On Sunday, we worship God in the Divine Liturgy. Come and see for yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gaston Alonso, and I am the director of the Ethel R. Wolf Institute for the Humanities at Brooklyn College, and I am very, very excited to welcome you to this evening's event, a celebration of Brooklyn College history professor Lauren Mancha's latest book, Embodied Epistemology as Rigorous Historical Method. Now, this is the fourth in a 7-part series of the Wolf Institute is hosting to celebrate recent books by Brooklyn College faculty. We have 3 more events, including online events with Professor Selena Su on her book, Budget Justice, on Monday, and with Professor Matthew Lindauer on his book, The Fruitfulness of Normative Concepts, on Thursday. You can learn more about these events at the link that will be shared in the chat, and we invite you to please join us. Also, a recording of this event will be available at the Wolf Institute YouTube channel, where you can find recordings of all of the other events in the series, and we'll also be sharing that link in the chat. And lastly, I want to invite you to please follow us on Instagram so you can learn more about all of our programming. Out of respect for our speakers and for other attendees, we will keep the microphones muted during the first part of this evening's program, and then we will reserve time for questions and answers after the presentation. I am very, very excited for this evening's conversation, and so let me introduce Professor Lauren Manchat. Professor Manchat is a historian of medieval Christian devotional practices. She's professor of history at Brooklyn College, where she also coordinates the new minor in museums and cultural organization studies. She's also professor of medieval studies at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. She holds a bachelor's in English and medieval studies from Columbia University, a master's from the Center for Medieval Studies at the University of Toronto, and a doctorate in history from Yale University. Doing good? Yeah, okay. In 2024, Professor Manchat was a visiting scholar at the New York University's Tisch School of the Arts. And it's an experience that, as we will learn, played a central role in the development of the book that we celebrate today. Her first book was Emotional Monasticism, Effective Piety in the 11th Century Monastery of John Fickham, which the book sheds light on medieval monastic practices of effective piety. Her second book, which we celebrated at a previous Wolf Institute event, is Mediation and Prayer in the 11th and 12th Century Monastery, Struggling Towards God. And this evening, we celebrate her third book, Embodied Epistemology as Rigorous Historical Method, which appeared earlier this year from Cambridge Elements. Professor Manchat is a very, very important part of the Wolf family. We love to collaborate on programming, and we are thrilled that she has joined us this evening for this conversation. Now, if you saw the advertising for this evening's event, you're probably expecting Katie Rose Heidmonick, Professor of Anthropology and Children's Youth Studies at Brooklyn College, to join you. However, she's currently not feeling well, and so you're stuck with me, I am afraid. Right? So I am stepping in as Lauren's interlocutor. And so wish us luck, and here we go. Right? Lauren, I think to start, if we could just, you tell us about, what you study, medieval monasticism, and how historians usually study it. And importantly, what do you think was missing from this sort of study? And how did you come to realize that?
Awesome. First of all, thank you so much to all of you for being here on a Thursday night at 6 o'clock from all across the country and from all different parts of my life experience. I'm so moved that you're here. And thank you to Paulina and to Kiana, and especially to Gaston and to Katie Heitmonick, who actually really helped us think about how the structure of this event should have gone. And it's going to go great. Thank you, Gaston. So I study medieval monasticism, and I am going to start my PowerPoint because even from the very beginning here, I want to just put us all on the same page to make sure we all know what it is that I'm talking about. So I study medieval monasticism. I study the period, the Middle Ages is the period between 500 and 1500. It's between the Roman Empire and the Renaissance. And the period that I study is the period when it's in red, Cenobitic Benedictine monasticism flourishes, which is between around 900 to around 1200. And the reason I study this period is because it's what I call Christianity 2.0 Jesus dies in 33, Christianity is legal in the 4th century, and they spend from the 4th century to the 9th century sort of trying to figure it out. Like, what is this whole God-man thing? What's a heretic? What are you allowed to believe in? What are you not? What's a pope? What's a church? Etc. And by the time we're at the 9th century, suddenly we can start experimenting a little bit more with what the right liturgical practices might be. And so this period of time is filled with failed experimentations and inventive experimentations. And the laboratory for that innovation is the medieval monastery. So that's why I'm interested in that period and that place. But as you could tell maybe from the book titles that Gaston shared, I'm interested in affect. I'm interested in the emotional experience of medieval monasticism. And when I presented all of my work before, and it was always undergirded by rigorous archival research and translating Latin texts and looking at original medieval manuscripts, and I would argue things about the effective life of medieval monks, and scholars would still meet my arguments with cynicism. And I started to realize that one of the reasons they were meeting my arguments with cynicism is because they weren't doing any of the stuff that I was describing. They were sort of sitting passively and watching the Middle Ages play in front of them, even if they were in the archive. And I was thinking about how maybe doing would help bridge that gap a little bit more. And so that's what's then inspired this book, which is interested not in throwing out the epistemologies, the ways that we know in history. We're not throwing out the sort of primacy of primary sources. We're not throwing out the archive, right? We're just trying to pair, in my book, I'm trying to pair that with embodied experiences. And this critique of history and of historians is not my critique, but as you can see here, I have sort of two examples of secondary sources of historians writing about how historians still hold on to this idea that we can objectively know what happened to the past if we read texts. We still hold on to that idea that going deep into an archive will give us the answers about the truth of what happened. And that has been critiqued by lots and lots of folks, but it has never been critiqued with a solution of performance as an answer by a historian. It has been critiqued by other people, but not by a historian. So that's what it is that I'm doing here. And what's ironic about this is that when the university was founded in the 12th century, in the middle of the Middle Ages, medieval monks critiqued the university by saying, you know, the problem with the university is that they don't do it. They don't do the liturgy. They don't do the prayer. They chatter. They talk about it all the time. And so what they saw in the 12th century is now a critique that I am reviving to say, what is it if we do things and not just chatter about them?
So in reviving that critique, right, you're proposing a new method, right?
Yes.
Right, what you call embodiment. And
Yes.
so I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about what you mean by embodiment and tell us about how you went about doing this. And I asked this because I found a chapter in the book where you tell us about doing re-performance at the cloisters in New York City. Right, the chapter where you tell us about how you went about doing the doing of history. I found that chapter to be so creative, so fascinating, so smart. And so I just want you to share both what you mean by embodiment and then how do you go about doing this?
Awesome. So to figure out a methodology, right? Because I'm a professional historian. I don't want to just sort of willy-nilly reenact the past, right? I still want to sort of think about how we can responsibly reenact the past and what that would mean. And I came to realize that I didn't want to reenact the past. Reenactment to me sounds like mimesis. It sounds like creating the illusion that the past is there. If you walked into a reenactment, people are wearing uniforms uniforms and the buttons are exactly what they wore in the 19th century in Virginia, etc., right? They've copiously researched the costuming, the accents, etc., right? That's not exactly what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is redoing the behaviors that were made in real time, live in the Middle Ages, and sort of doing a kind of participant observation in the past. So anthropologists like Katie Haitmanick, right, do participant observation all the time with living subjects, right? And how can I do participant observation with subjects that have been dead for 1,000 years is the question of my book. And to answer the question, I actually turned to my medieval sources and I said, oh, in the 12th century, people like this guy, William of St. Therese, says, oh, the way that we do this is we acknowledge that we desire the past, that we can never reach the past, but we have to actually surround our bodies and engage our bodies with the ideas that we are talking about. And that is by performing that we can actually awaken, not revive the world that we're reaching towards, not revive the Middle Ages, but awaken better the desire that we might have to understand that world better. And so I thought, oh, the monks that I'm studying are actually an expert in this methodology. What can I learn from them? And so one of the things, the chief thing I would argue that they do in the monastery in this period is they're doing reperformance. So anyone who's been to church might know, right? There are often biblical lessons, biblical stories in every church celebration, right? In every mass, but also in the monastery. They're going to church 8 times a day, that they're not always taking the Eucharist in that time, but they're reading or they're singing psalms or they're processing the stories of the Bible. And as they're processing those stories, they often are inviting each other to take on the roles of biblical characters and pretend or imagine that they are themselves David, or that they are themselves Jesus, or that they are themselves Simon, or whatever. The image that I'm showing you here is an image that is from a medieval manuscript from the 13th century, where you see the 3 Marys visiting the empty tomb, right, where they realize that Jesus has resurrected, that his body has disappeared. But here in this image, we don't see 3 women. We see 3 monks dressed up as women. They have little tonsures. They have their monastic haircuts, right? And so what's interesting about this is that medieval monks weren't interested in the illusion, right, in the characters in the historical past only. They were also interested in how, by using their own bodies to imagine being in the past, they could understand it better. So they wanted the stories and they wanted to perform the stories actively. And so with that idea, I thought, okay, well, why don't I do what monks did and reenact some of these ceremonies, and not necessarily with monastic robes and candles and incense and chant, because it is really true that it is impossible for us in 2025 to reach the medieval past, right? Doesn't matter how much training I'm going to get. I am not a monk. I am not a man. I am not a Christian, right? All of these things make it really hard for me to actually understand what they did. But that doesn't mean that reperforming their actions can't help me open up these texts a little bit more. So in the monastery, they often, for instance, would imitate what Jesus did at the Last Supper, or after the Last Supper. On Holy Thursday, he washes the feet of all of his apostles. And there's a special room in the monastery that is the meeting room of the monastery, but on Holy Thursday, that is the room where the abbot pretends he is Jesus, reperforms Jesus's behavior, and washes the feet of all of his disciples, right? That allows for monks to further internalize and comprehend and deeply understand and be affected by that biblical story. So I was like, okay, if this is the methodology, then I am going to invite people into the Cloisters Museum, which is at the top of Manhattan. It is a museum dedicated to the study of medieval art, and it is a museum that actually takes things like that chapter house and puts them next to a cloister so that you have a kind of reconstituted monastery up there. And there's tons of medieval art that is not behind glass up there. It is as far from a white cube of a museum as you can possibly get with medieval art in the United States. So I said, all right, come on up to the cloisters. I'm going to give you each performance scores. So on the right, you see these little on how to physically be, or you see perform these sign language instructions, right? These are customs. They're instructions for how to behave that come from medieval sources. And they are instructing people to go through the museum and encounter this art with the script that a monk might encounter the art with in the 12th century. And so I'm imitating here performance scores that people like Yoko Ono use also. And on the left, I have pieces of her grapefruit, right? That is asking you to perform certain behaviors with your body in order to understand or internalize some concept that might be not quite articulatable with language, right? And so I'm imitating that as the, students, medievalists, friends, my mother-in-law's in that picture, right? As the people who came up to the cloisters did this with me, they started to have the apparatus of how it is I should behave in a museum started to slip away. And for the medievalists, the apparatus of how I should be cynical about reenacting things started to slip away. We spent 45 minutes doing these behaviors in silence, just guided by the score and by a bell that I would ring to get people to go to the next gallery and turn the page. And that then created a community of making knowledge together. And then at the end of the reperformance, we all sat together and talked about what we had learned. And that was a kind of scholarship that we were doing, but it was an embodied scholarship. It was an embodied way of knowing the past.
Like I said, so creative, so smart. I love that chapter and the amount of detail that you shared with us. And then Yoko Ono pops up, so that was even more interesting. Right? Now, to be clear, right, you're not arguing that historians turn away from the archive, right? You write in the book, we still need our old age rigorous archival research methods to reveal medieval practices, to be sure, but you go on to write, if we don't embody what we find in the archive, do we even fully understand what we're reading, right? If we don't embody what we find in the archive, do we even fully understand what we're reading? And so, can you talk to us about what you mean, right? And perhaps in doing so, share with us some of the experiences that you or others at the cloisters had.
Sorry, I ignited my video. I'm going to stop that. So, okay. Embody, yes. So as I said before, these performance scores on the right, came from medieval sources. They came from medieval monastic sources that are called customaries. They're essentially sources that are recording the customs of monks and nuns. This is a page from the Cambridge edition, the English translation of a customary that's about the signs that monks should make with their hands. Monks are supposed to spend most of their day in silence, and so to communicate with each other, they would have a kind of sign language. So this is an example of a text that any scholar of monasticism is constantly reading, is writing a lot about, is mentioning in their classes, etc., right? And these here are two scholars of monasticism who had read these texts before and encountered them, right? I'm asking them in the performance score to embody the sign language, right? For the sign of something bad, place your fingers spread out on your face and pretend that it is the claw of a bird grasping and tearing at something, right? So what does that mean, right? Does that mean this? Does that mean this? What does it mean? And so I had people take these signs and experiment with them. One of the signs that I asked them to do is that the sign for to tell a lie is to put your finger to your lips and pull something out of your mouth, right? So she, one of the people in the reflection period was a sort of feminist scholar. She's a scholar of female monasticism, of nuns. And she said, yeah, there's just so much policing in the monastery, right? And so I got that sign and I was like, oh, is this how you put your finger to your mouth and pull it out, right? Is it like this, or is it like this, or is it something else, right? She was making all these gestures that were essentially like, F you, right? But after 4 minutes of doing that, she then was like, well, what happens if I put my finger in my mouth sideways and pull it out? Is that then like a banderole that you will see in a medieval manuscript coming out of the mouth of a monk? And oftentimes that's like a speech bubble in a medieval manuscript. But she said, would it actually be a sign to tell a lie is to pull the lie out of your mouth as if to relieve you of the lie? Is it actually a confessional gesture and not a policing gesture, right? And just she's a scholar of monasticism. She's read the text a million times. Her first impulse was cynicism, which is totally warranted. She's a woman living in 2025, right? There is a role for that observation about monasticism in scholarship, for sure, right? But what happens, how do we open up the text more if we perform it, right? And so for her, this was actually a revelation. This was actually a breakthrough in the way that she thought, the bias that she didn't know she brought to reading these texts that she loved, right? So we don't have to throw out archival scholarship. I love old books, right? I love sources. They're the best. I love curling up with a book and reading them passively in my chair, right? But I also will learn a lot about them if I do some of them. And that's the argument I'm making.
Now, you told us earlier, right, that this form of embodiment, what you refer as reperformance, it's not a performance, it's not theatricality, it's not a reenactment, right? It's a reperformance.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what you mean by that, right? And then perhaps if you could share with us another example of this kind of performance experiments that you've done.
Yeah, awesome. So, as I was saying before, a 2025 body can never fully understand the medieval perspective, the medieval embodied perspective, right? There is some learning that we can do, and professors at Brooklyn, people like Karen Stern, do this learning regularly, right? What was the medieval sensorium? What was the medieval experience of embodiment, right? And that we can see in textual sources. This is one of my favorite medieval sources. It's a ladder of senses. And this little naked man that's right here is climbing up the ladder. And he's arguing here that God is up here and that the sight, like vision, is the bottom rung of the ladder. And then hearing, and then taste, and then smell, and then touch. So what's really interesting about that is that our understanding of Christianity is that touch is bad, right? Touch is sensual. Touch might be everything that is antithetical to the way monks would think about the world. And yet, this text from the 12th century argues that touch is actually closest to grasping, no pun intended, God, right? That maybe it is a pun that is intended, right? What's really interesting about medieval monasticism is that they really think that through difference, you can actually understand truth. Through understanding what God is not something you can touch, you can actually understand God better. So it's really important as historians that we understand that becomes the sort of basis of how we do this kind of reperformance. And then there's also the unlearning of our 21st century understanding of what performance is, right? We all say, oh, she was performing. That was a really performative gesture, right? And we say it as a kind of negative, right? It was superficial. She was trying to get something. It was duplicitous. She didn't really mean it. It wasn't authentic, right? There's actually a transformation in performance studies scholarship that is happening with this new generation that thinks about the word performance in this way, which is so fascinating. But in the Middle Ages, there's an understanding that performative gesticulation is different from a performative gesture. That a performative gesture is an attempt to achieve something, is an attempt to achieve a goal. It is an earnest way of knowing something from the inside, whereas a performative gesticulation might be the thing that is deceptive, right? So this is vocabulary that comes from the Middle Ages, but I think it also is helpful in orienting our methodology that what I'm asking for here is not necessarily getting dressed up like a monk and reenacting the sort of First Crusade, right? That's not what we're doing. And for so many reasons, that's not what we're doing. But here, people are in street clothes, they're holding paper, they're, half of them are not Christian, right? That doesn't matter. There is a genuine desire to ignite the kinesthetic imagination by moving, to uproot the way of knowing that is so calcified in scholarship by doing. That's the goal here.
So what comes next? Because towards the end of the book, you kind of imagine ways in which we can...
Sorry.
That video just wants to be shown.
Wants to be shown.
I need screen time, right? And so at the end of the book, you kind of imagine ways in which we can move this forward, right?
Yeah.
Either in the conference, at rooms at a conference or in the classroom. So what do you imagine is next?
Yes. And I realized, Gaston, that you asked me also for another example. And so this will be another scholarly example, and then I'll talk a little bit about what's next. Okay. So I was asked to go to Denver University, where there is a very cool collaboration going on between a literary historian, so someone who studies 9th century British monasticism, and a kinesthesiologist who understands the science, the biology behind things. And they are doing experiments together with the ways that monks used to count in the monastery. They had this very crazy arithmetic way of finger counting. And so they are sort of thinking about how the body learns together. And so to go and speak to their class, I decided that I would bring in the case of Dominican prayer postures. So we still have these 9 ways of prayer that Dominic taught in the Middle Ages. So friends of mine who are Catholic are like, oh yeah, Dominic and the 9 ways of prayer, right? But it's a very interesting, again, performance score that exists from the Middle Ages, where Dominic describes the 9 different postures that one should use while praying. And so looking at something like this, we think, okay, what does this mean? So if I am my cynical scholar, it might be like humility is first and foremost in the monastery, submission is first and foremost, right? Throw yourself down flat on your face on the ground, and then your heart will be pricked with compunction, so your soul sticks to the floor, right? The question then for us, though, is it some kind of communication about the humility that is necessary for yourself and for others watching you? Is it submission to God, right? What is the meaning of this posture? And so this requires like a deep dive into understanding gestures of humility or gestures of submission that exist in the Middle Ages. How is it that a vassal would say that he was submitting to a lord, right? Or a serf was submitting to a knight, right? How did biblical characters sort of show themselves in medieval manuscripts to submit to one person or another, right? So we have a whole archive of embodiment texts and images that we can look at, right? We know then from medieval art that if you're putting your face down in the ground, you're not looking up towards heaven. One of the most beautiful ceremonies in the medieval monastery is the death ceremony, that when a monk is dying, he's brought into the sort of medieval hospital. There's a special floor tile where he's supposed to lie down, and he's supposed to face upward while he's dying, so that he hears brothers singing to him, constantly. They have like a schedule so that everyone is constantly singing and so that he's looking up towards God. So supine is restful, it's receptive, right? It's receiving. That's what all of these tomb statuaries are doing, right? What is face down all about? And there's a really beautiful picture of Pope Francis doing the Dominican prayer postures here, right? Where you can really see actually how dramatic it looks. But the question to us was, how dramatic does it feel? And so we, as a class, lay down. You're supposed to lie down for 4 hours, according to Dominic. We lay down for 40 minutes. Again, that's like the magic number that people in the 21st century can only do something for 40 minutes before they get out of it or whatever. But in doing that, the students then had all kinds of new ideas about what this meant to pray, right? Like how interior work can really happen when you're deprived of sight, right? How interior work can really happen when your smell is focused on the one area in the floor, right? So they were making all of these sensory observations that then just allowed us to open up this text, right, from the archive from the past a little bit more. And what that then does, which I find to be really important for us, and which I find to be a critique that then transcends just medieval history and extends to other periods of history, right, is that medieval monks never thought that history was over. We know from studying the Middle Ages, scholars of religion often know, right, that Christians live in a kind of different time from the time that we live in the 21st century. Our time is very linear, right? History is over, it's past, it's done, it finishes. That's why we as historians think we can critique it, because it's over and done and past, and we can then be objective, right? The future is not yet here. We can anticipate it because the past is finished and the present is now. Medieval people thought that God was eternal. So God lives at all time, Jesus lives at all time, and yet also Jesus is a historical figure who had like a birth date and a death date, right? So that he is both past and present and future all at once. This jumbles things. It also means that medieval art is often anachronistic, right? We have this image of a Palm Sunday procession here, where all of the apostles are dressed as monks. And they're all singing because monks would process through this doorway and would imagine themselves as reviving, reperforming this moment in biblical history, but also igniting their memory that this is always happening, this scene from the Bible. It's kind of eternal, right? I think that in the 21st century, with the help of Black studies, Indigenous studies, post-colonial studies, we know more that history is not past. Right? We know more that the residue of history lives on, right? But oftentimes in sort of disciplines of history where there hasn't yet been a full turn into post-coloniality or into Black studies, etc., right? Like the medieval monastery, right? We don't know that yet. And so doing these practices helps us understand that historical actions were all processes. We look at them in the archive and we think that they're over. We see the finished product. We don't see the process. And so what does that then give us as historians and students of history to understand history as living, as processing, as not over yet, etc.? That also opens up the way that we can examine the archive. And so that's the sort of historical intervention that all of this work is also doing. Gaston, you were asking about what's next.
Yeah.
So I'm doing a series of reperformances. I'm doing some of them myself. On the left, you see me reperforming the foot washing ritual. And I am also doing them with my students. And you see on the right, one of my students, Addie Snow, last semester, doing the foot washing ritual, having studied the texts, right? Having studied what performance can give us, having studied the medieval sensorium, and then doing it also. And again, none of us are wearing monastic robes. We're all women. We shouldn't be doing this, etc., right? But that's, what we're doing. And so I'm doing a series of these reperformances, both with my students and by myself or with scholars, etc., to sort of collect more knowledge about what performance can do for us.
Cool. And you mentioned 40 minutes, and we're at 37 minutes in.
Yeah.
And so we're going to go a little bit over 40 minutes, but stay with us. It's really good. Like, really good stuff is coming.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, 40 minutes. And with that, let's talk about vulnerability.
Yeah.
Right? Because one of the things that stood out for me as I was reading is how vulnerable you're willing to make yourself, both in your writing, but also in your practice. Right? Yeah. But also the kind of vulnerability that you're asking others to take on themselves. And so I'm wondering if you can talk some about how this reperformance taps into feelings of vulnerability, of intimacy, and then on the other side of that, right, the kind of the courage that's involved in that process.
Yeah, yeah. I think that, so I'm going to go forward a little bit in my slideshow. Oh, here she is. So, I think that we learn how to be scholars. And that's a pretty duh statement, right? But I remember going into graduate school in a history department that was mostly filled with men, and wearing like bigger clothes and not wearing big earrings and trying very hard to conform to the way people talked and to how people argued and that kind of thing. And what that does is it makes me a scholar who is trained in a very specific way, which is useful, right? It means that I can read sources in the archive, but it also means that some of the humanities out of my scholarship. And so I went to France with my daughter, and she encountered a lot of these images for the first time. My little Jewish daughter went up to these big medieval sculptures and was like, who is this and what's happening and why is everyone so sad? And she wanted to act along with the scene. And this is the kind of impulse that is taken out of our bodies as scholars. It is not objective. It is not rigorous. It is not professional, right? And so what happens when we put that impulse back in, right? So some of the people on the call are social studies educators or are students of social studies education, right? And social studies educators know that this is a great pedagogical technique, right? That it can harness gut instincts and make everyone feel like they can access history, right? That you don't need to learn Latin, that you don't need to read some complicated language, that there's a gut instinct that you can use to enter into history. And so many living history museums do this kind of thing. So many classrooms do this kind of thing. And scholars are totally cool with us doing this in the classroom. Like, no problem. That makes sense. It's just bridging the gap and saying, oh yeah, it's also scholarly is what's hard, right? I did this last year at a very large scale with a bunch of students who are on this call and with Professor Ellen Cattels, who's also on this call, where we re-performed medieval drama. And this is us rehearsing in BC classrooms on the quad, and this is us presenting during the HSS Expo last year. We also sort of started to recreate the medieval scriptorium, the place where monks would illuminate manuscripts, and that sort of opened up our understanding of how these archival texts were made, right? But doing this kind of work allowed for the students to have a lot of fun, obviously, right? It allowed for the students to bond and to create a classroom community, which is huge as pedagogically, right? We then took these re-performances to Toronto, where there was a massive scholarly re-performance of the York Mystery Cycle, which is a bunch of plays. It's like a play marathon that runs from 6 a.m. to midnight and retells all of the stories of the Bible. And so what's interesting about this is that scholars of theater do re-performance all the time, right? It's very rare to find a Shakespeare scholar who's never been to a Shakespeare play, right? And who doesn't stand the play up and rehearse it with their students, right? But what's interesting about this is that there were lots of scholars who were there watching these plays. And then what they did at the end, and you see this in the picture on the right, is interview the students so that they could put the students' experiences into their scholarly articles, right? So that's Professor Mariah Lynn from Brown talking to 9 Brooklyn College students, right? So in certain disciplines, in anthro, in theater, in music, in sociology, right? It's cool for us to do this kind of thing. This kind of participant observation as research is okay. It's going to go into the Journal of Early Theater, the peer-reviewed journal, right? But we don't have to stop at the classroom. These students are contributing to early theater, and I and you, our scholarly bodies, can also participate, right? And when we do this kind of scholarly behavior, when we get our bodies involved, yes, it's vulnerable and uncomfortable, but in that vulnerability comes new knowledge, comes new analysis, comes revelation, comes the breaking down of calcified patterns. And so it authorizes people of all kinds from all backgrounds to do this kind of work. But it also really changes us as scholars who have all the tools and the education. It would change our profession, I would argue, too.
And Kimberly George in the chat is highlighting your passage of it is in the vulnerability comes new knowledge. Now, there are always skeptics. And as I was reading the book, I kept thinking to myself, well, what about those people who are going to read this and be like, it's impossible to recreate history, right? So why should we do this? So what do you say to them?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We love our cynicism as scholars, right? It's our badge of honor. We like earned it hard, like many, many hours. Yeah. I think that what I would say is that if we value empathy as scholars, and I think in this day and age, maybe we increasingly value empathy, right? Maybe you don't want to empathize with the medieval monastic past. Maybe that seems like a waste of time. I don't understand why you would feel that way. But, right, if you want to empathize with these characters from the past, with these characters you don't understand, right? You can't just do it from your armchair. You have to put your body into it. You can't knock it till you've tried it, right? So if medieval people really thought the devil was real, we do them a disservice to sit back and be like, isn't that cute? We know better, right? That layer of bias infects our scholarship, even if we think that we are being empathetic. So what this embodiment method really does is it really checks the scholar, right? It's maybe not going to show up in scholarly books as much as you put your vulnerability and you put your body into it, right? But hopefully what it will do is allow you to really examine what biases you're coming to this archive with so that you can then change that. And, one of the things that Katie would say if she were here is that the work also changes us, right? No anthropologist goes into the field and comes back after field work the same person, right? No historian goes into the archive and comes back the same person. But the change is more subtle, I think, I would argue, having done it. The change that I experienced going into the archive for my first book and that I have experienced reperforming in these last couple of years, right, is significant. And I think that it will only help. And the final thing I will say on that is we think that maybe the answer is AI. We think that maybe the answer is career readiness. We think we're trying to fix the world, right? And what if we fixed it through the most human tool there is, which is our bodies, right? Yeah.
Love that. We're getting close to the question and answer period. So if you have questions, you want to start putting them in the chat or start thinking about them. But I wanted to highlight a passage in the book that just stuck with me. I went back and read a couple of times or after the original reading. And so you're right. Historians prefer the archive and the disembodied text because they provide a conceptualized illusion of a fixed, frozen past, like a scientific specimen encased in amber. Scientific specimen encased in amber. But reperformance, you're right, demands that historians confront the humanity and the active liveliness of the past in order to trouble how it is that historians claim to know it, right? demand that historians confront the humanity and the active liveliness of the past in order to trouble how it is that historians claim to know it. By bringing past actions into the present, you're right, historians can attempt to play through the past, working it out alongside our historical objects, not from a place of judgment or feigned imitation, but in a serious attempt to understand how history was dynamic, lived, unfixed, right? So not from a place of judgment or feigned imitation, or a serious attempt to understand how history was dynamic, lived, and unfixed. So I was wondering, what does your work, this provocation, mean for history as a discipline?
I think that there are lots of types of historians, and I think that all the types of historians are necessary. All of them. None of them are bad or wrong or doing the wrong thing, right? I just want to add this new flavor to the cornucopia of the discipline of history. And I think that when I am analyzing the past, and I'm thinking about it as fixed, it feels less filled with human problems, right? If I think about the American Revolution, if I think about the end of the Cold War, right? These feel like problems that were easy to process and then fix somehow, because they're stories that are neatly packaged by historians. And there is use to the neatly packaged story, right? There is definitely use. But if I empathize with my body and reperform conferences and debates that happened leading up to those things, right? Do I understand actually how those processes happened? And does that then bring me more hope as a person living in 2025 when I feel like so much is on the line and that we've never been here before, right? So, the empathy is so that we understand the past, but the empathy is also so that we understand the present, right? And I think that the advice that I am giving the history profession is actually a plea to humanity, right? That we do what the monks did and get in a room together as a community and move our bodies together for a long period of time and focus on one thing together for a long period of time, even when it was boring, even when it was painful, even when it was just monotonous, right? And what does that embodied communal focus do, right? How does it change us? And is there a reason why the world is in the state it's in right now if we've all been disembodied heads on a Zoom screen, just like this one, right? What has that done? We know it's done things to play and children and all this stuff, right? What has it done to us as scholars, right? It has to have done something. And this objectivity, thing that I am critiquing predates Zoom and predates the internet, and but I think it's especially urgent now. It certainly came out of me now, I think, in 2023 after the pandemic, because of all of this feeling that I wasn't doing with my body during the pandemic.
Sonia writes in the chat, makes interpretation of text more than an intellectual process, supports empathy. Wonderful. Now, I love the provocation you make in this book, but I'm not a historian. I'm not a historian. Right? So, but I could see how some historians would be provoked by it, right? And so I was wondering if you could talk a little about kind of the reception the book has gotten and how you respond to that.
Yeah. What's interesting about it is that historians that I've never spoken to, I start to understand better, right? And they start to understand me better. I think that, for instance, Professor Napoli and I, during the pandemic, started to work on verbatim theater together. As an oral historian, he was interested in performing some of the transcripts of the subjects whose recordings he'd made. And so that was really interesting to me, right? He works on Vietnam, I work on monks. Like, there doesn't seem like there'd be a connection there, but the process, the method actually was interesting. I think that I have started to teach a class on pre-modern and postmodern performance at the grad center. Some of those students are here too, yay. But I think that I'm able to talk more to postmodern historians than I ever have been, because I'm not like, well, the paleography and the Latin declensions, right? Like, no one cares about that in postmodern history, but they care about method, right? So I think that like more people are chatting with me, but I also think, and this is like a lesson to my younger self that maybe some students will hear and absorb, right? I think when I was younger, I was like, do I want to be a theater director or do I want to go be a medievalist? And I chose medievalist. And so I chopped off the part of me that was artful, embodied, playful, funny. And I was like, that will be useful for teaching and then it will never come out, right? And I think that my whole self is what actually makes me a scholar who can have my own unique voice. And I think that students can really, don't do what I did, right? Like your experience and who you are coming to the text, coming to the archive, coming to the scholarship is going to make it, extra special, right? Is going to make your analysis yours. And so I think that I also feel more present when I'm talking to scholars, which means that I can take their criticisms more easily. They don't make me fall apart. But it also means that I can talk to a lot of different ones, which is really great.
I think the hearts floating across the screen are indication of the power of that lesson you just shared. Yeah. I'm going to give myself the privilege of one more question.
Okay.
I'm not a trained historian. I dabble in history, but really not. I'm not a trained historian. I'm trained as a political scientist. And I wonder if you can give us a sense of how the argument that you make in the book migrates to the social sciences, right?
Yeah. I think that the social sciences have been doing this. I think that there are certain, I should say also again, like medievalists haven't been doing it, but historians of the 20th century have been doing it, right? Oral historians have been doing it. In some ways, my critique is for historians of very dead subjects, right? But social sciences, sociology, anthropology, right? Urban sustainability, the BC Listening Project is like extending over all of those because people are actually talking to people, and talking to people often involves using your body, right? Professor Napoli, part of his analysis, which is the analysis I know the best, right, is about body language, right? And I think that that's like part of the way there. But I think that, stuff like what Katie Hatemannek does, where she's embedded in the gym and doing the reps, right? Or where she's embedded in the home for psychologically I don't even actually know what it was. I don't know anymore. But for psychologically challenged youth, right? Like that's really putting her body where her knowledge is, right? She's putting her body in the condition so that she can develop the empathy and so she can develop the imagination that's going to help her work, and then applying the theory and the archive and all the rest of it. So I think you guys do it already, Gaston, maybe a little bit.
Or some of us. I'm going to put it up for questions. If you have questions, by all means, put your hand up and we'll unmute you or write them in the chat. Julia has a question.
Hi, hold on. I'm going to turn on my camera. Okay. Well, this isn't actually a question, but it's something I think is really important to mention. I think that this theory of reperformance is absolutely something that works. I myself am a witness to it. I, by no means, have never studied medieval history before taking the course with Professor Mancia. And I am now in Barcelona doing my thesis on Catalan mystery plays. And it works because I was also part of the Toronto plays, and by embodying certain plays, by walking in the processions, being in those spaces, you, like Professor Mancia had mentioned, you feel what those devotional practices do to you, and therefore that makes you remember it more. And even now when I'm here, you know, there's so many archives that I can see, and they're all kind of joined in Barcelona or like in this other city right around the corner. But there's so many small little towns that each have their own history, and even though the archives have all been moved to one place, after reading this embodying of epistemology, I said, well, no, I have to go to those small towns. I have to go see those monasteries where those processions were made. I have to see how those people felt, because in the end, archives exist. They're still there, but not a lot of people go. No one goes to the archives. No normal person will go into the archives unless they are studying it. But what is still alive, and what is still alive, are the traditions of these things, the processions that still happen till today. And because of that, the embodiment is what creates such a community, and therefore makes that history not just the part of the past. You know, it makes it a living thing that still exists. So, yeah.
Thank you for being here from Barcelona.
Of course, anytime.
Fantastic. We have a question in the chat. I really loved and enjoyed the lecture and presentation. Question: the medieval ages seem to be plagued by the idea that people do not think for themselves and rather follow the Pope and submit it fully to the Church. When you lead these performances and take students through the process of epistemological embodiment, do you take the authoritative position like the Pope? Is it harder for a female professor to play their prior role because of the male-dominated area that is academia? There is certainly a division in how much respect is given to X versus Y professors based on their gender.
This is a great question. I love this question so much. The most authoritative stance I have taken is sort of as the abbess, let's say, in the foot washing that happens. Again, it's not totally accurate because I was washing male feet and female feet, right? There's a lot of problems there that wouldn't actually happen. When I did the stuff at the cloisters, I did the activities alongside everyone. I wasn't in a position of power, although because I was making sure that no one touched the art and stuff like that, I was only sort of one eye in, one eye out. It's one of the hard things about that performance. But then when I did the Dominican prayer postures, I was in it for 40 minutes, snuffing a carpet, you know? So, but I think that this is a really interesting question. And I think, again, and this is going to show how we like weave different sources and secondary sources and primary sources into this kind of analysis of reperformance. You know, there is scholarship on, female monasteries are not supposed, nuns are not supposed to administer the Eucharist ever. In the medieval period also, right? They have to wait for a priest, a male priest, to come to the convent to give them the Eucharist, to do the Mass. There is a lot of research in the archives on how women got around that by creating rituals that then did a kind of sacramental communion that wasn't exactly the Eucharist, but was something near the Eucharist, right? But what I think is really interesting is that, connecting to what Julia said, it was a communal experience, it was a communal ritual, it was an embodied ritual, and that's what it was. It wasn't saying like, this is my body, right? It wasn't reading theology necessarily. It was creating a performance. And so there's something authoritative about the doing of performance also. And so my being vulnerable next to my students is useful in a parallel way, right? But it was also incredibly beautiful for me as their teacher to wash their feet, right? Because that kind of subversion of authority is also the point of that performance in the abbacy, or in the monastic context. I would never be interested in reperforming papal stuff, but it would be really interesting. Someone should do that as a woman.
On the question of gender, there was a question sent by direct message. Let me go to that and then go to Brian and Ellen's question. The question reads, what was the gender ratio of your performance participants? Did that matter to the reperformance? Is it significant that the gender of the participants are or appear to be female versus the monks who were presumably male? How do people in the study, in the performance, filter the understandings of monasticism?
Yeah. So I think that in the medieval context, men performing women's roles is very interesting. And people have made a lot of sort of scholarly hay of that, right? What is it to have men performing women's roles and then inverting their pronouns, right? They call themselves she in their prayers because they're performing as women, etc. Like, that's really interesting. That's not what we did. The majority of our students were women. What is interesting about that, or perhaps not surprising, is that the majority of the history majors are male. And so, maybe embodiment appeals to women, maybe embodiment should appeal to men, and they won't let themselves have it appeal to them. There's commentary there for the 21st century. But again, like, the accuracy is not quite the issue, right? If I was reenacting the monastery for an audience that was supposed to understand what the monastery was really like, sure, I would cast men. Or I would say we're a convent now, right? But what I'm asking is for Julia or these female students to empathize with the monastic position, which is a human position, right? It has gender in it, but it's also about humans striving towards something they can't achieve. That's interesting to all of the students. And so that's the purpose of the reperformance. And a lot of the plays that we were doing were for lay audiences and therefore for all genders.
So we have Brian, Ellen, and William, and I think given the time, I think we'll focus on these three questions. And Brian, jump in.
Lauren, thank you so much for this talk. It was really great. So I was the entire time I was experiencing this lecture, I was thinking, okay, this is weird that it's happening via Zoom. And then I was like, oh, it should be in person. But then I found myself saying, no, actually, it should have been last week at New York Comic Con. And I guess now my direct question is, what's the difference? You made a couple of allusions, but then you maybe stepped back. Like, what's the difference between performance and cosplay? And that's part of the question. And then I'm kind of building off something that I kind of suspected was behind Musa's question in the chat. You said that how did you word it? That the monastery was the lab for experimentation. And I found this it's provocative. Were there, to your mind, other labs of experimentation? And methodologically, if we step outside of, within the Middle Ages, but then also outside of the Middle Ages, where do historians, where should we as academics draw the line between participating and reperforming or performing alongside moments of experimentation that are, let's just say, difficult, traumatic, abusive, or flat out evil?
Absolutely. And this comes up a little bit in the class that I'm teaching, which is also about postmodern performance. Brian, I forgot the first part of your question. Oh, cosplay. So I think that the difference is in intent. It could be that there's a Venn diagram where there are certain cosplayers who are interested in this kind of questions that I'm asking. How did it feel to do X or Y or Z ritual? And how does that help us understand the text in the archive better, right? It is very possible that that's true. It's also very possible that they just like the costumes. It's also very possible that they just really like sewing the costume. There are tons of possibilities, right? And so I'm not going to say that it's not it. But I think that in the scholarly context, I have to make this distinction because we have, especially among historians, there is a real bias against reenactors, against creative anachronism, right? because it's not professional, because it's amateur, or it seems to be amateur, right? Those people know more about buttons than any historian does, right? And like the military historians, I think, have a different perception of creative anachronism, because a lot of their understanding of battle tactics and stuff is actually played out in the battlefields or whatever. That I'm a historian of religion, one could argue that I am doing something that is also illicit, right? Obviously, there are certain sort of positions that I have to be careful with reperforming from history. But one could argue that as somebody who is not myself a Catholic, I should be careful about this. For me, this is what makes reperformance especially important, because again, we live in this secular academy, or we seem to live at Brooklyn College. We live in a secular academy. In the Northeast, we live predominantly in a secular academy where we judge religion and the irrationality of religion and the supernatural and stuff like that, instead of taking it as seriously as we could. And so the body helps temper the misjudgment of religion, or the misinterpretations of religion. And again, like, religion should also be critiqued as a sort of product of colonialism, like as a discipline, et cetera, right? But also, we need to take belief seriously. I mean, 2025 proves to us that we need to take belief seriously, right? And so how do we do that? We do it with our bodies, is my argument. Of course, there are limits, of course. I think that, as I was saying before about gender, right? Like, there are certain ways in which reperforming something or igniting your kinesthetic imagination in a way that is appropriate, I think is appropriate for empathy for lots of things. And I think that thinking about putting your body on the line for something might actually help with that empathy. But I'm not a scholar in those areas, so I don't see my scholarly judgment, my training comes out, right, and says no. Yeah.
Well, let's go to, actually, because of the time, when do we do something? Let's go to Ellen and William and have you both share your question, and then Lauren, if you can respond to them at the same time.
Great.
This is less a question than an observation, but you just brought up the kind of like taking risks with your students thing, and I just feel like what you're doing is so pedagogically powerful and transformative, and I think it's a real like model, honestly, for higher ed going forward. If we're thinking about like, what is it that we do now? And I don't want to say like what Lauren's doing is anti-ChatGPT, but it kind of is, right? And really kind of getting people to be sort of radically present and thinking with their bodies and not outsourcing thinking to a device, and I think there's real power in that. But I think what we also face is a problem of like the body and the institution, and I think like, wow, how do you apply for grants to do this kind of work? How do you articulate what are the deliverables? Like how do you articulate that to different entities? And I think higher ed can be really dismissive of the power of transformative teaching, right? I would get no credit for that, going toward tenure, right? But I'm asked all the time by my institution to put my students first, to publish with my students. But on the other hand, I wouldn't get any credit for that. And I could get resources to do things with my students, but I can't get resources to do my own research. So I guess that turned into a rant, but I'm just thinking about how encoded in what you're doing here is new ways of thinking about our work in the academy, what we owe to each other, and how we kind of keep ourselves going at a moment of real change.
Yeah.
My question is it could kind of piggyback on that, because it also has to do with the future of pedagogy, but from a slightly different angle, which has to do with the future of reading. And how much less people seem willing to read than they used to. And I want to contextualize it by saying I read this book last year finally, all the way through The Gutenberg Galaxy by Marshall McLuhan. He's a very undisciplined but quite brilliant thinker. And it's a book about the impact of print.
Yeah.
And he really thinks that the transformation of writing was much less impactful than print. And so he uses the Middle Ages. Sometimes maybe he's romanticizing. I don't think entirely, though, because he thinks that the print changed our relationship to our senses, and it isolated them from one another, and it made the visual sense more important. And so he is talking about some of the same kinds of things you were talking about, that in the Middle Ages, the body and the senses were more integrated. And he thinks that the Gutenberg era is coming to an end. I mean, he wrote this in 1965, and it's much more so now. And so maybe in some ways, recovering a medieval understanding of how knowledge is connected to the body in different ways than it was during the dominance of the Gutenberg era, it could be helpful for us moving forward, because we're not going to read, people in the future are just not going to read as much and not get their knowledge from reading as much, right? We acquire knowledge in other ways now.
Yes. Yes.
So I guess we're both asking, how much is this a pedagogy for the future?
Yeah. I mean, these are both such beautiful comments. 100%, right? I mean, there was the article in the New York Times that was published in September by Clay something or other, the dean of AI or whatever at NYU. He makes it a joke that we have to go back to the medieval university where they listened, where they didn't write, right? Where they had oral exams. And, there are aspects of that are true, right? I also know, and like April and Sonia and people who are in ed know, right? Like when my daughter listens to me read aloud, she is moving her body constantly, right? She is acting it out, whatever. That doesn't mean that she's illiterate, right? So I think some of this is our scholarly judgment, right? And some of it is that we love reading and we want our students to love reading, right? And I think that we can teach them to read, but also incorporate this stuff in and understand how it is a rigorous epistemology, or how it can be a rigorous epistemology. And I think our friends in the School of Ed can probably teach us more about that, than we learn in medieval history school.
Fantastic. Lauren, you start the book with a quote from Bertolt Brecht saying, "The world of knowledge takes a crazy turn when teachers themselves are taught to learn." Right? When teachers themselves are taught to learn. And that is precisely, I think, the crazy turn we took this evening. It's precisely the crazy turn that your book takes. So thank you so much for the book. Like I said before, it is so accessible and yet so mind-changing. And so everyone go read it. All right. And I want to thank you for the invitation to learn from you and with you. I want to thank everyone who joined us. At the Wolf Institute, we like to say that we build community by learning together. And that is certainly what we did here this evening. So we look forward to continuing to do that at our future events. Thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you for the gift of this book, and thank you everybody else for joining us.
Thank you, Gaston, for jumping in at the last minute like a champion.
Totally my pleasure. I love the book. Thank you, everyone.
Sweet. Thank you all. Good night. Thank you. Thank you.
Not exactly what I wanted from it, but extremely interesting. Yeah.
The birth, survival, twilight, and ultimate demise of divine beings seems to follow its own evolutionary patterns, such that some gods endure without significant cultic or theological change for centuries, while others blaze onto the world stage only to burn themselves up into extinction almost as soon as they appeared. Indeed, a given god must perform a careful balancing act to persist much through human time, marked by seemingly unending upheavals. On the one hand, a divine being must have a definite enough quality to attract and maintain worshippers, and yet, at the same time, such a god cannot be so rigid or its cult so conservative that it cannot endure significant adaptation and change, the only surety of our mundane world. Too far in one direction makes a god unappealing. Too far in the other dooms them given religious fashion and change, frankly. And surely, through the eons, some gods have adapted, and many gods have gone extinct. Though one god has proven to be rather successful, oddly enough, not that that makes them a better god or even a real god, beyond all reasonable historical expectation. In fact, this god, whose simple name means something like the one that exists, emerged from the sands of Bronze Age obscurity to eventually become not just a national god, but, in the end, simply the god for the overwhelming majority of the world's population now. But just how did a tribal warrior storm god, Yahweh, go from being a god, a minor god, among gods much more ancient and much more powerful, enduring up till then at least, to simply becoming God, the sole god of all that is in the mythology of billions? If you're interested in magic and hermetic philosophy, alchemy, or Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other topics on contents and esotericism. And also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics here in esotericism, here on YouTube, freely accessible, I'd hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon, or with a one-time donation, with a super thanks option, or perhaps you'd buy a shirt over at our merch store on the channel. But now, let's turn to a god that all of us know of, but none of us really know much about. Yahweh, or the one that exists, the deity at the core of the Abrahamic faiths and beyond. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. As you might imagine, this is an episode I've been wanting to make for a long time, and I've been absolutely dreading having to make it for even longer. The importance of an episode on Yahweh is basically self-evident, but the challenges to making it should be equally self-evident. The literature on this topic is vast, utterly vast. It's spread over a dozen or so languages, performed by ingenious specialists with an encyclopedic grasp of the material, and yet an entire argument or series of arguments can hinge on a single suffix of an inscription. I'm looking at you, Kuntelich, a Druid pronomial suffix problem. And, of course, with Yahweh being at the core of the Abrahamic religions, historicizing such a being can easily be taken as an assault on the very core of those religions. If you historicize Yahweh, everything else might just disappear into the air. And yet, that's the task at hand. So it should go without saying that virtually everything I'm going to say in this episode can and would be taken to task by an army of specialists, and can in no way taken to be definitive, because there is simply that little consensus among the specialists. But I'd rather hazard an episode on the topic than just throw my hands up and say, oh, it's utterly frustrated by the difficulty and the complicatedness and the specialization of the topic. Better, as that famous saying of Beckett goes, ever tried, ever failed, no matter. Try again, fail better. So here's to failing better in the name of public education. Also, on a personal note, using the name Yahweh is just simply an academic attempt to vocalize the name of the Israelite tribal god, and not some attempt to actually utter a magical divine name, much less take such a name in vain. In fact, public education is just about the furthest thing from my mind when I think about doing something in vain. And lastly, this is an academic channel, and I check my religious commitments at the door, and historical facts and evidence are what matter here, not my personal beliefs. And really, when we allow our faith to dictate our history, we really just betrayed both. I guess I'll just come out of the gate with it. The origins of Yahweh are utterly unknown. The name may appear first in the 14th century BCE of an enemy list of Amenhotep III, in a similar but later list in the 13th century BCE by Ramses II as the Shasu of Yahweh, or the Shasu of Yahu. It's not quite clear how that was pronounced. The Shasu were semi-nomadic pastoralists, typically associated with raiding and general big brigandry. The Egyptian name for their name actually indicates their nomadic existence, to roam about, while the name taken up into Semitic and Hebrew means something like to raid or to plunder. So there's a clue what they were. While the name Yahweh does seem to appear here, it also seems to be functioning primarily as a toponym rather than as a theonym. But that other Shasu in the list are also associated with the region of Seir, it's a mountain range in the southwestern Transjordan, is probably going to prove salient here in just a moment. Whether the Shasu were Proto-Israelites isn't clear, but it seems reasonable to think that there was probably some connection, and ditto with the Hyperu and the social then ethnic groups, the Hebrews, that begins as a social group, not an ethnic group, who were also associated with brigandry. So this is a fun origin story. Israel first appears to enter history on the Merneptah stele. He's the son of Ramses II, like his 13th son, where he claims victory such that the Canaan has been plundered into every sort of woe. Ashkelon has been overcome. Gezer has been captured. Yanoam is made non-existent. Israel is laid waste, and his seed is not. Huru is become a widow because of Egypt. It's perhaps worth mentioning here that the Egyptian determinative on Ashkelon, Yanoam, and Gezer indicate foreign city. This is the triple mountain determinative, whereas Israel has the foreign ethnic group determinative, though, to be sure, the use of determinatives by Egyptian scribes can be all over the place, kind of arbitrary. The southerly geographic placement may also be important, though. Note that the Israelites that Merneptah claims to annihilate aren't actually associated here with the Shasu, so that's interesting. And, of course, their god, the God of Israel, and none of these gods is mentioned here. The first historical archaeological link between Israel and Yahweh as a god dates to much, much later in the Iron Age, where the 9th century BCE Mesha Stele, Victory Stele, brags of dragging vessels of Yahweh before Chemosh as the Moabite kingdom rebelled and escaped Amorite Israelite hegemony in the region. Thus, it seems that southern Levantine nomads and raiders were associated with Yahweh, perhaps as a kind of theological toponym, and that by the 13th century BCE, an ethnic group known as Israel, at least to the Egyptians, existed in a similar area, and that by the 9th century BCE, the Israelite house of Omri seems to have had Yahweh as an important, probably as their national god, as opposed to the Moabite Chemosh, before which those vessels, the aforementioned vessels, were dragged. Now, given the paucity of the archaeological record, which is basically that, what can we glean from our other surviving body of evidence, that is to say, Israelite literature as edited and compiled into the Hebrew Bible about the origins of Yahweh, or what we might call primitive Yahwism, or the cult of Yahweh before its assimilation into the Canaanite heartland, the Canaanite cult, and the Canaanite pantheon more generally. Now, to do this, it appears that the best methodology would be to take the earliest linguistic strata of the Israelite literature as it appears in the Hebrew Bible, especially the Song of the Sea at Exodus 15, 1 through 18, Judges 5, or Devorah's Song, Psalms 18, 29, 68, and Genesis 49, among other scattered memories of very linguistically archaic mentions of Yahweh and his cult. From this, a rough sketch of primitive Yahweh can be made. It appears that the deity's original heartland was Seir, Edom, Teman, with Mount Sinai actually probably originally lying in that region. Recall the Shasu of Seir earlier. That is to say, the northwestern Arabian Peninsula, just east of the Dead Sea. It appears that Yahweh was probably originally a warrior god, perhaps associated with raiding and women warband prophets. Further, the central manifestation of Yahweh seems to have been storms, specifically the catastrophic thunderstorms that result in the deadly flash flooding, which actually plagues that region down to this day. Petra, the same region where Yahweh may have come from, was engineered around managing just those thunderstorms. Oh, and you can see video of what those flash floods look like in that region, and they are terrifying. At some point in the late Bronze, or probably the early Iron Age, the Yahweh cult made its way into the Judean highlands, likely settling at a cult center in Shiloh. This corresponds roughly to the biblical period of the Judges. The nomadic and possibly mercantile nature, note the mention of caravans in the Song of Devorah, which is, by the way, probably the earliest text in the Hebrew Bible, of primitive Yahwists might explain the diffusion of the cult. That is to say, it was spread through mercantile trade. This diffusion is probably overdetermined, however, especially if raiding were involved. Of course, the major historical backdrop of all of this is the Bronze Age collapse. Through the 13th century BCE, civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean experienced a cascading systems collapse. Real scary, resulting in mass migration from the Aegean, i.e. the sea peoples, imperial border regression and local hegemony collapse on the part of the various empires, especially the Egyptians, imperial collapse, just full-blown civilization collapse for the Hittites and the city-state of Gerar, and generalized urban disintegration, note at a site like the city of Gezer. In fact, it may be that the conditions of the Bronze Age collapse allowed for the power vacuum in which, one, raiding as a means of survival would have emerged, and a raiding cult headed by a warrior raiding god like Yahweh might have proven pretty popular in the chaos. I mean, imagine what kind of religions would emerge in the world of Mad Max or something like that. Though this is just speculation, and that disruption in the Bronze Age collapse was probably what allowed the various states to revolt, resulting in Merneptah putting them down. But also, especially the collapse of Egyptian hegemony in the region, and this is very important. This would have allowed de facto independence, especially in the Canaanite highlands, because who wants to go up there? And it isn't surprising to me that Yahweh's cult and its military, political, state-building wing would settle in relatively remote Shiloh before spreading north and south into the highlands and then pushing west down into the Shvelah to contest eventually with the Sea People, who also got a foothold In former territory of Egyptian hegemony, this of course is the Peliset, as we know them from the Egyptian literature or from the Bible as well. You guessed it, the Philistines. Thus, by Iron 1, or roughly around 1200 to 1000 BCE, Yahweh had probably come to settle in the Canaanite highlands, thus marking the end of primitive Yahwism and the beginning of an incredibly complex process by which elements of Canaanite religious and cultic systems would be negotiated with both the cult, but also the very divine person of Yahweh through a process of theological convergence and assimilation, divergence and cultic antagonism, and especially early monarchic syncretism. To appreciate this process, it's best to explore this complex dialectic on two axes, one being the Canaanite pantheon itself, but the other being the progression through time from the period of the Judges and through the monarchy's complex cultic relationships marked by syncretism in the north primarily, but more punctuated by Yalu monolatry in the south before the eventual transition to monotheism in the exilic and really the post-exilic period. So let's begin by exploring the dynamics of theological convergence and divergence, or cultic antagonism, with the Canaanite pantheon and Yahweh. Most of our knowledge of the Canaanite pantheon stems from the discoveries of vast royal libraries of the city of Ugarit, another victim of the Bronze Age collapse. What has emerged from this center are significant collections of mythological and cultic documents, deeply detailing the nature, personalities, and mythic deeds of the various Canaanite gods in that pantheon. Though two caveats are perhaps in order. The first is that this trove may represent a specifically royal, specifically Ugaritic expression of the Canaanite theology and its myth cycles. The second is that these documents date to the mid-12th century at the latest. The city itself was probably destroyed around 1185 BCE, which is hundreds of years and still quite a distance away from the locus classicus of the development of the Israelite cult down a good bit southerly in the highlands. Thus, we don't know to what degree the Canaanite cult expressed itself specifically in that region, down in the highlands, and this is especially true because the Canaanite written record in that area is remarkably poor. It's basically non-existent. So, to what degree can we take the Ugaritic text to be representative of southern Highlander cult? Not clear. But those caveats aside, the head of the Canaanite pantheon was the grandfatherly god El, simply God. Indeed, some theories actually have that Yahweh was a local, very far southern manifestation of El, but I think that's probably doubtful. Though Deuteronomy 39 seems to be an archaic recall when Elyon, a manifestation of El, parceled out the world, providing Yahweh specifically with the lands of Jacob Israel. This is probably a rare survival from a period where Yahweh was still kind of subservient to Elyon and before theological convergence with El more generally. However, it's clear that the Yahwists were pretty comfortable enough with El to allow for significant amounts of assimilation of El features onto Yahweh, even when those features perhaps stood in significant contrast to the strident warrior of the primitive cult. One of the more striking features of these is the assimilation of El as an elderly, wise god. El is known as the father of years in the Ugaritic myth cycles, and it's perhaps this image of an elderly, white-bearded deity as assimilated onto Yahweh from Canaanite El that has probably proved the most visibly enduring in popular perception and art. If you imagine an old bearded dude as God, you're imagining El. Attached to this elder character is also El's wisdom, a trait not typically associated again with a warrior god. They don't need to be wise or smart. Further, Yahweh's partially converged as a creator deity, but only partially converged. The name Yahweh probably just meant the one that is, or he is, and was primitively not associated with creative powers. Again, warrior gods don't do much creating stuff. In the verbal form to twist his name, Yod He Vav He, into a creative form, the verbal form that we know as the Hifil in Hebrew, it never appears in Israelite literature. Thus, it's unsurprising that a great deal of the creative work in the Bible is typically associated with the divine names like El and especially Elohim. Even note a name like Elkanah, El creates, never really appears with a Yahwistic theoform. We never get a Yahwistic version of that name. Thus, we have a situation where not only are elements of El assimilated to Yahweh, but that the early Israelites were even comfortable enough with a theological identity made between the two. They combine El and Yahweh. It's very clear in the Hebrew Bible. Thus, many elements of Canaanite El, though not all of them, definitely not all of them as we'll see in a moment, are assimilated to Yahweh, or, with the identity being established, the powers and features of El de facto become those of Yahweh. An element of this transfer, especially in the earlier period, was El's divine council, including a retinue of quasi-divine bureaucrats such as the prosecuting attorney Ha-Satan, but also the military leader, the Sar Tzava, but also including the 70 sons of El, or Elyon. Of course, these sons would also later become demoted to angels as monotheism took root before descending to earth to mate with human women in Genesis 6, and all that gets developed, of course, in the book of Enoch. Though, like creation, this assimilation of the divine council was not total. The sons always appear as sons of El, the divine appellation there, never the sons of Yahweh. Though, along with these originally quasi-divine beings would also come an entire retinue of celestial objects, because the sky, especially things like stars, the sun, and the moon, that were all worshipped in the region as well. One of those beings, Halel ben Shachar, probably Venus, appears in the divine council as a kind of insurgent upstart cast down to Canaanite Sheol, the underworld of the Israelites, and an oracle against a king of Babylon, probably Nebuchadnezzar. Of course, this character would later go on to become modified in Christian mythology to become the satanic Lucifer in that tradition, showing just how long of a half-life these beings can have. That being goes all the way back to ancient Canaanite celestial mythology. Another interesting instance has a deceptive spirit, a Ruach Sheker, being recruited by Yahweh to fool some of the prophets to ensure the death of King Achav. Of course, Psalm 82 also captures this assimilation of El's divine council very clearly. He's speaking to members of the divine council, they're called gods. Perhaps the most peculiar assimilation of this to the warrior god Yahweh are actually El's traits as merciful and compassionate. This is an outstanding trait and sensible for the grandfatherly El, who even has a bit too much to drink from time to time. There are some great stories in the Ugaritic myth cycles about that. And it is an interesting but reasonable assimilation onto a god whose prehistory of warfare and brutal raiding must transition. It has to transition when you go into a more sedentary cult where, you can't solve all your problems through violence anymore, even most of your problems through violence. Thus, this results in contemporary readers' whiplash reading the Hebrew Bible, where the deity there seems to absolutely delight in wading in blood of his foes and killing people, and then you turn a few pages later, and this is a God whose mercy and compassion never fail. That's because you have two gods being welded together here who have very different traits. Of course, not all elements of Yahweh were assimilated equally by the Israelites. One of the important epithets of El was Bull El, and bull iconography, eventually all iconography, especially in the South, was apparently polarizing among the Israelites. It appears that the northern variants of the cult accepted El Yahweh bull iconography, with Jeroboam I setting up very distinct bull imagery at his Yahweh shrines at Bethel, the name there, House of El, and Dan. Dan is the only surviving Yahweh shrine in the world, from antiquity at least, along with Tel Arad in the south, but it's mostly been deconstructed and put in the Israel Museum. These are the only two Yahweh shrines that survive into the archaeological record. Now, while this bull imagery might have been primitive to Yahweh, it's much more likely that it was a northern assimilation from the El cult, that the southern cult, by the way, preferring the ark's cherubim as its major cult symbol, but was actually just more generally aniconic in its disposition, generally grew to detest, especially as the Northern Kingdom grew in power and prestige, and, well, the Amrides were very powerful, and the Southerners probably felt jealous of them and hated their cows. Indeed, the Golden Calf narrative itself may be a Southern polemic against the Norse assimilation of this dimension of El's cult, the importation of this bull imagery. Finally, El had a divine consort, Athirat, but I'll come back to her when I discuss Asherah in just a moment. If the relationship of Yahweh and El was assimilation to convergence, then the relationship with the Canaanite warrior and storm god Baal, literally the Lord, is going to be characterized by assimilation to not only divergence, but also just straight-up cultic antagonism. The discovery of the Ugaritic Baal cycle has done more to inform our understanding of the local ancient mythology of that region than perhaps any other group of texts outside, of course, from the Hebrew Bible. Here, Baal is famous for his triumphs over the chaotic forces of the sea, or Yam, his fight with death, to the death, when he subsequently resurrected and achieved detente with Mot, or the god of death, with the aid of the fierce fertility warrior goddess Anat, thus providing for the life-giving winter rains in the region before being exalted as virtually the king of the entire world. Virtually every element of the Baal cultus will intersect with Yahweh and his cult, very probably because of just how similar the deities were and how very popular Baal must have been compared with the relative upstart Yahweh in the region. As I mentioned, both gods were associated with storms, especially for their life-giving rains in the region. However, they're both associated with storms of very different kinds. Yahweh was likely associated with the terrifying thunderstorms and flash floods of the southern Arava regions, whereas Baal was associated primarily with the coastal winter storms, without which the arid region would struggle to bloom. Both storm gods, very different kinds of storms. However, as Yahweh settled into the region, the motif of him as a rider upon the clouds, one virtually shared with Baal, would be extended not just to the thunderstorms of the south, but also the coastal rains as well. This element becomes assimilated easily onto.
All right, I've got to